All right. Want to look over my notes this time there? I am going to call this Provo Municipal Council work session meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, February 15th, 12:03 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chambers at Provo City Center. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. We encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated, protect yourselves and others by following the protocols set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web, on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. In the chamber here with us today, we have on the council, Rachel Whipple, George Hanley, myself, Travis Hoban, Catrice McKay, David Shipley. Council staff, we have Cliff Strachan, short timer. We also have Elizabeth Vanderwerken and John Magnus, and Malia is over there too. Yes, okay. And thank you to Isaac for representing as our deputy mayor, Isaac Paxman. And all of you out there. All right. The opening prayer will be provided by Councilor Catrice McKay.
To do the workings of the city, and we pray that we can be guided in our decisions and our thought processes, and that we can be making the decisions best for the city as a whole and the residents, and that we can be aware of all of our constituents. Grateful for the city staff and all the time and that they take to educate us and educate the city and the residents of what is happening. We say these things in Jesus Christ, amen.
All right, it is proposed we approve the following minutes: January 4th, 2022 council meeting, February 1st, 2022 work meeting. I'm sure everyone read through those to relive those great moments. If you have any objections or changes, please let us know. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention, recognize the council members that are remote here. We have Councilor Shannon Ellsworth, remote. That looks like it. No objections. Seeing that there are no objections, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. All right, let's get into it. So today, really busy meeting, packed, every minute's being taken up. So we are going to try to cruise along here. So this is a presentation regarding the sewer utility update and master plan presented by Dave Decker. All right, Public Works Director. And the outcome of this looks like it's just a presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Hoban. Thank you for the opportunity. Council members, grateful for this chance to give an update, and we're going to cover a lot of ground in a big hurry on wastewater. And just want to give you a little bit of a heads up of who's here and acknowledge a few people. I think it's important first for the council to know that wastewater takes a lot of staff members. We have fantastic public works, but it goes well beyond just public works. Our finance, our administration, customer service are all involved. We have a great team of consultants and technical people, also operators that also oftentimes operate behind the scenes and are not acknowledged always. And I think it's important for me as the Public Works Director to acknowledge this is a fantastic team, and there's lots of people behind this presentation and the day-to-day operation of the wastewater system. I think it's important to know a few people that are here in the room. In the front row on my far left is Gary Calder. He's the Division Director over Water and Wastewater. Jimmy McKnight's at the other end of that row. Jimmy's prepared most of the presentation. He's also the business manager and does a lot of the information that you'll see today. Behind Gary is Corey Christiansen. He's one of the primary consultants behind the treatment plant. We'll talk a lot about the treatment plant today. Next to Corey is Susie Becker and then Keith Larson. They are going to do the presentation on the impact fee, wastewater impact fee, that is very much tied to my presentation. We'll make that connection for the council. And then in the back on the far left, my far left, is Dave Torgerson. He's the section manager that is over the treatment plant and the collection system for wastewater. So a few key people here today. I think we've got the right people. If you have questions, and by the way, one of the things that I realized when we were preparing this presentation, it has been nearly 18 months since we did a wastewater presentation. And I don't think I've ever gone 18 months without a wastewater presentation. And so realizing that most of the council members, except for George Hanley, have either had no presentations or only one presentation on wastewater, I felt like we need to take a step back and do a little bit of review before we jump into the master plan, because we've covered a lot of ground here. And so I'm going to cover a little bit of background, and I'm hoping Elizabeth or John, do we have the presentation? That's so when I advance, can I advance it here? With this or with the computer? Okay. We'll see if this is going to work. I wanted to let everybody know we're covering 4 main topics today. So we're going to cover the sewer master plan. We're going to give you an update on major wastewater projects. We're also going to talk about DEQ funding on the wastewater treatment plant. And then Keith and Susie, as I indicated, they're going to cover the impact fee update. And 3 of those main topics require council action. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the master plan. The master plan was originally completed. The current master plan was originally completed and approved by the council in 2013. And our consulting team recommends every 7 to 10 years updating the master plan. So we're a little on the outside of close to 10 years, but the formal action that we need from the council is to approve the master plan. And so in the next meeting or the following meeting, first meeting in March, we'll bring the master plan back to the council for formal adoption. We're also going to provide you a copy of the master plan. I don't believe that the council staff has forwarded that to you. So if you'd like to read through the master plan, we're going to give that to you electronically, and you can take an opportunity to look at that. So let me give you a little bit of background before we jump into the master plan. The slide that's up right now gives you just a little bit of an idea about the wastewater system. And just general, I'm just going to talk very general. If you have questions, you need to stop me, because I may make some assumptions about, what the council may or may not know about the wastewater system. And I may make some bad assumptions, so stop me if I'm making some bad assumptions here. So we have about 320 miles of sewer pipe. The size ranges from 6-inch pipe, which is really small pipe, to 42-inch size pipe. Cliff. Oh.
Sorry, we should pause for Bill's entrance. Mr. Fillmore has now, Councilor Fillmore has now joined us in the chamber.
Bill may need to look at the bifocals, make sure that the distance is working for him.
Well, I don't have much room to talk, so I have to stand back a bit from the screen as well. So anyway, the size of the pipe, and it's important to understand, 42-inch pipe, nearly 4-foot diameter pipe in some locations in the city, but most streets in the city have either 6 or 8-inch diameter pipes. They're fairly small pipes. We also operate 14 lift stations. We'll talk a little bit about lift stations and what that means, but it basically is a mechanical device, a pump that picks up both the liquid and the solids in wastewater and transport them in a pressurized pipe some distance, and it's usually a significant distance, maybe up to a half a mile, until we get back into a gravity system. I think it's also important for the council to know that there is a difference between a pressurized system, like a water system. Your drinking water is a pressurized system. Wastewater is not. It's a gravity flow system. So the pipes are oftentimes partially empty, and it requires a grade on that pipe. And so the grade or the slope on the pipe makes it so that the sewer can travel a certain direction. The slide that's on right now breaks down the wastewater system into a very simplified system. We have about 4 or 5 main trunk lines, and you can see the areas in the city that those trunk lines that serve. The next slide is an old air photo of the treatment plant. The treatment plant is located in the East Bay area, and you can kind of see, I'm going to go back one slide. You can see where most of those trunk lines go into the East Bay area. That's why the trunk lines are going the direction that they're going, and they're all centered and focused on the treatment plant, which was originally built in 1956. Provo City had the second treatment plant in the state of Utah. Salt Lake City was the first treatment plant prior to 1956. And in the master plan, you'll see some maps that talk about the age of the pipe. And you'll notice that sewer pipes were put in before 1956. Some of them as early as the early 1900s. And so the obvious question becomes, well, if you didn't have a treatment plant until 1956, where was the sewage going? And it was going into a man-made canal that is commonly known as the mill race, and the mill race dumps into Utah Lake. And so that's the historical nature of the sewer system. A little bit about the treatment plant. Right now, we're processing about 10 million gallons per day. When I first started here in 2012, that number was closer to 15 million. And one of the questions obviously comes from that. The city's been growing. That doesn't seem to make sense to most people. Why is your treatment plant actually treating less water? And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a second here. As I indicated, the treatment plant was originally built in 1956. It was upgraded in 1977. And we'll talk a little bit more about more recent history in the treatment plant as we move along. This graph right here that's on the screen now, I apologize, it's a little confusing, but you'll see the dates along the bottom of the graph going from older to more recent to the right-hand side. And we have 3 different flows, and I'll just focus on the average flow, which is the middle one. And you'll notice that historically the flow was in the treatment plant was actually higher, and it depends on the year. It fluctuates. You'll notice in 2011 was one of the highest years. Well, one of the thing that you have to realize about 2011 was it was a very wet year, and so what we have in the water system, in the wastewater system, that's important to realize is, again, because of its nature, it's a gravity feed system. Part of that pipe is empty and it requires slope, and that means that it's not pressurized in the inside. So fluid or groundwater that is on the outside of the pipe, and it can be somewhat pressurized, wants to get into that non-pressurized pipe. And so there's sometimes cracks in the pipe, there's joints in the pipe where groundwater can come in. It's commonly known as Ionite. That stands for infiltration and inflow into a sewer pipe. And I'll show you a video of where that happens. And so one of the things that we sometimes combat in a wastewater system is we're not just treating sewage from a house, from showers and bathrooms and things like that. It's sometimes just groundwater. It's just plain old groundwater that's coming in, and it's making its way to a treatment plant. And obviously that drives the cost of a treatment plant up because you're treating more water. It's actually not concentrated. It's diluted form. It makes it more difficult for Dave and his staff to treat diluted wastewater. So we combat that for a number of reasons, and that's one of the reasons that we feel the treatment plant actually is on the decline, is because we have spent significant amounts of time trying to correct Ionite issues. We'll address that in more detail in a few minutes. The next page and you have a hard copy that was handed out at the beginning. This is a very short history of the wastewater system, and I'm not going to go through every single one of the bullet points here, but I want to point out a few of these that are very important. So one of the things that's important to understand about the master plan that we're talking about today and going to ask the council to adopt in the next few months, the master plan is largely about the collection system. There's really two parts of the wastewater system. The collection system is mostly the pipes and the lift stations that we're talking about. And then the other part is the treatment plant. And the collection system and the master plan that we're adopting is mostly focused on the collection system. And that's important to know. So one of the questions that may come up is, okay, we're going to talk about an impact fee. Does the impact fee only address the collection system? And it doesn't. You'll notice in the master plan, there is a small section that talks about the financial side of the treatment plant. That's actually taken from another master plan that was started in 2015. And you'll notice a couple of bullet points down on the left-hand side. We started in 2015 a separate master plan on the treatment plant. And it's important for the council to understand there's actually two master plans that go together here to formulate the impact fee. And as Keith and Susie talk about that, they'll get a little bit more detail. But there's enough information that's been passed to the consultants so that we're passing an impact fee for both the collection system and the treatment plant cost that are applicable. A couple of other things that I think are important to note on this timeline. In the early 2000s, DEQ, that stands for the Department of Environmental Quality, there was a gentleman that used to head up DEQ. His name was Walt Baker. He started making presentations to a number of cities. In Provo, he came in the early, I think it was about 2002, he came and made a presentation about Utah Lake. That same year, they started doing reports. The state DEQ was sending reports to the federal EPA, and they're called integrated reports, and it's called the Utah Lake Integrated Report. And they started separating how they reported water quality in Utah Lake. It was a significant step. Walt Baker also indicated to communities that surrounded Utah Lake that water quality requirements were going to change in Utah Lake. They had been talked about for a number of years, probably close to 20 years before that time, but he started making it known that that was going to be significant. A few other presentations from DEQ occurred in 2016. Erica Gaddis, who replaced Walt, came and made some presentations. I think it's important to note that some of those notifications were happening to the city about changes in Utah Lake. Let me see if there's anything else that I want to cover right now. Associated with the water quality issues and the notices that we're getting sent to the city, and again, the reason that the water quality in Utah Lake makes a difference, our treatment plant, when we treat water, it discharges still into that same mill race that I mentioned earlier, and it goes into Utah Lake. And one of the concerns, the main focus of DEQ was about the nutrient levels. There's two primary nutrients that come out of a treatment plant: phosphorus and nitrates, or nitrogen, and they impact the water quality, or can impact the water quality in the lake, the lake or reservoir that they're going into. Along those same lines, we also started. So when DEQ made us aware that they were going to formally change the water quality requirements, they put some dates on those. So the primary date, the initial date that was given by DEQ was 2020. They offered a variance, and you'll notice partway down on the left-hand side, there's a variance letter that was submitted by the city to DEQ. A variance says, hey, we need some time to adjust to those new regulations, and we need to make some changes to our treatment plant. That's kind of the main theme of the variance letter. And we asked for an extension, and DEQ offered that extension to 2025. And by the way, there were a number of communities, most of the communities, I would venture to guess that the majority of the communities along the Wasatch front did exactly the same thing. They asked for a variance until 2025. And that started the ball rolling on a number of things related to the treatment plant. You'll look at the list, and we'll cover some of the other items on the list here in detail about the treatment plant in a minute here. The next slide, and I feel like it's important to do a little bit of background on the financial side of the wastewater system. You'll notice this comes from a 1985 master plan, and I just picked a couple of tables out of the 1985 master plan. It was done by Montgomery Watson, and that's the same firm that updated the treatment plant in 1977. And one of the recommendations that they made in their master plan update was that the city needed to update both the impact fee and their user fee. And you'll see they had about every 5 years, starting in 1986, they wanted to increase the fee by about $5. There's some variation there, but it was roughly $5. And you'll see what the plan was, and the reason this comes out of the same master plan. This slide that I just went to comes out of the same master plan. And they were trying to encourage the city to save some money. And by the way, you'll notice at the top, these numbers are in millions of dollars. So by the time you get down to the bottom year, I think it's in 2005, they were hoping that the city had saved about $42.5 million toward another renovation of the treatment plant. They knew that that was coming. DEQ was talking about it, and they said, hey, you need to prepare financially for the treatment plant. I think it's important to know that the city did not follow this recommendation. I don't know the whole story, and I'm trying not to point fingers. This is not a blame game, but it sets the reason. One of the things that I think the council members oftentimes get asked today is, why are our sewer rates so high? And we're trying to help you understand that, you know, some of the history behind why we did what we did. So you'll notice on this particular slide right here on the left-hand spreadsheet, you're seeing what the recommendation from the consultants were, and on the lower spreadsheet, and as it goes over to the right, what the actual rates were for the city. Probably the most important number to look at is the bottom of each of those spreadsheets, and you'll notice that we were in the teens. Most of even when I started in 2012, we were about $14. That's the average monthly rate for a single family home. And it's important to note that that comes in two parts. There's a base rate, and then there's commodity charge, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute also. But you can look about where we were at financially based on that. One of the other things that we don't have in this presentation, but I know in former presentations that I've made to the council, one of the things that caught my eye when I first started with the city was the amount of money that was being transferred to CIP projects. So that's capital improvement projects needed for the wastewater system. And the wastewater system is operated separate from the general fund. It's its own fund. John Borgett has probably explained this to you. So it has to operate almost independently financially. And so after you take out the operating costs, typical stuff that's going on, there's usually some money left over that can be transferred to CIP projects. And when I first started looking at the amount that was being transferred to the CIP, without really getting into much analysis, I could tell that the city was not doing enough to keep up with CIP projects. Some years it was only a couple of $100,000 going into the CIP. And I think over from 2000 to 2012, we averaged just over $1 million going into CIP projects. And financially, you know, people that are in the financial world can look at a very, very simple way to look at depreciation. Just rough numbers, and these are very, very rough numbers on the wastewater system. If you have $100 million worth of value in your treatment plant, and by the way, it's higher than that. We'll talk about, you know, the value of the treatment plant, but just roughly, if you have $100 million in value at the treatment plant and you've got another $100 million in pipes, and you're only putting, and the life expectancy of those two systems, if it's 100 years, you've got 200 million divided over 100 years, you should be putting in at least $2 million just to keep up with basic depreciation in your system. And those numbers are, the value is shorter than 100 years, and the dollar value is much larger. So I'm giving a bias on both of those numbers, the fraction that I'm using. I don't know if you're following the math there very carefully, but I haven't explained that very well. But the city was just not putting in enough into CIP, and it's partly why we're where we're at. This is also a comparison in 2012 when I first started. And you'll notice that Provo is right on the bottom of the comparison. This is mostly Utah County. There are a few in Salt Lake County, and I think Logan is also on this list. But you'll notice that Provo City in 2012 was right at the bottom. Not only were we right at the bottom, but we were about $60 or $70 below the second lowest comparison on this sheet. And what formulated this conversation, or where this conversation kind of went, in 2015, we proposed to the council a 5-year plan. It eventually expanded to a 7-year rate plan to try to help bring the rates and allow the city to start making some investment in both the pipe system and the wastewater treatment plant. And the first year, I think, Jimmy, if I remember right, we went 20% or 25%. Jimmy can tell me, but you'll realize very quickly, even when we did a 25% increase the first year, and I know that's significant. I'm not downplaying the significance on the residents, but you'll notice that even with a 25% increase in 2012, we still were at the bottom of the list. And the reality is the systems that we run in public works require a certain amount of investment. And that's really the key message that I've tried to communicate to the council. And one of the key messages that I need to communicate to you as council members, it continues to require an investment. So right now, and again, one of the main questions that you'll get is, why are sewer rates where they're at in Provo City? And I'm trying to lay a little bit of groundwork for you to understand why we're where we're at. And this is where we're at right now in 2021. You'll notice that Provo is near the top of the list. Only Salt Lake City is higher, and the only reason that Salt Lake City is higher is because they're taking many of the same steps that Provo City has taken. They're rebuilding because of the DEQ requirements in the Great Salt Lake, where their treatment plant discharges water. They're having to take the exact same issues with their treatment plant. They're rebuilding their entire treatment plant, and their treatment plant, Gary, last cost was, or Corey, $850 million at Salt Lake City. We'll talk a little comparison here. So finally, after a little bit of background here, we're finally on the master plan, and some of the things Keith Larson from Bowen and Collins did the master plan. And I'm not going to get into a lot of detail about the master plan, but here are a few things that they cover. They make some population assumptions. They talk about Ionite. They talk about the system condition, and they talk about the planned improvements. Ultimately, the list that really matters to the staff is, what are the planned improvements that we have to make? And ultimately, that same list is incorporated into the impact fee. And they'll stand up and show you that list, and they'll also take each of those projects and say, how much of that project is attributed to new development that's coming into the city. Some of those projects have a mixture. It's partly dealing with existing improvements like the treatment plant. The treatment plant upgrade is partially needed because of existing residents. And so that part of the treatment plant, that cost, cannot be passed on to developers. But we're also building the treatment plant for future growth, and that part can be passed on to developers. And so that portion of each of those projects will be distinguished, and Keith and Susie will help you see each of those projects and how much each project is attributed to either existing residents or future growth. So really quickly, we're just going to give you some basic assumptions that are part of the treatment plant. Here's some growth population numbers that Keith and his group used in the master plan, and you'll see they gave a little bit of a range here, and you'll see graphically, this is a graph out of the master plan where they used a lower density, moderate density, and a much more aggressive density. You'll see on this map right here, this is also on the master plan, where they've made some assumptions about density in the city. This largely comes from the general plan, but it's important to note for the council that when we or the planning commission starts making changes in density, it impacts systems, particularly in the wastewater system. And you'll notice in some of the areas, there's conversations about density changes. It's also important to note, we don't look just at the master plan. So one of the items that on that timeline that we handed out, you'll notice in 2015, we started our own in-house hydraulic model. It's a computer model that can be run by engineers and technical people in public works. And we take the information that Keith and his group look at, and they're running a model, but we're also using it on a day-to-day basis. So if a developer comes in and says, hey, I want to change the density over here in this city, we can actually go into the model and say, well, what have we assumed as far as the density? And if that changes, what does that mean for that pipe or that system, that lift station that services that part of the area? So we have this day-to-day capability of adjusting the system or adjusting it on a computer and making sure that we're following or we know what's going to happen with the system based on changes in development. So that's one of the key assumptions that is made. You'll notice that, again, they're looking at a variety of different areas in the city. And sorry, I'm going to back up before I go here. One other comment at the bottom of this slide right here, you'll note that the master plan generally is looking at improvements in the moderate density. So one of the statements in the master plan, and it's a key statement, is the recommendations in the master plan basically cover all the assumptions, particularly related to density and population growth, as long as we don't get into that very aggressive stance on the chart back right there. So if we get into the green area and we start making really, really aggressive density decisions, we're going to have to make some changes in the master plan. So that's one of the key takeaways from the master plan, understanding that. So one of the things that we talked about, I briefly mentioned Ionite, and I'm hoping, is this a video that's running on your screen? Can you see this? So this is one of the things I haven't talked very much about. We have a camera, we have a cleaning system that goes in all the pipes. So we clean them on a regular basis. It's a jet, it's a high pressure jet truck is what we call it. We also have a camera system that can drive up. Yeah. These are thrilling videos, by the way. If you ever want something to watch on the weekend, we've got some great videos that Dave can loan out. One of the things that we notice, and again, this is a great example of Ionite. This is just groundwater from the outside of the pipe going through a joint in a sewer pipe, and there's a lot of water that can come into through pipes like this. So this is one that we've shown in the past. We're going to keep going here. So another condition, another assumption that's part of, oh, by the way, I need to say, in the hydraulic modeling that both Keith and our staff do, we make a certain assumption about INI values. So because you have to anticipate you're going to have some INI in your system. So it's not just about wastewater that's coming from homes. So you have to make some assumption. And generally, we've looked at the 2011 timeframe, which was, remember, it's a very wet year. So our I&I assumptions in the master plan are relatively conservative. So we're giving ourselves a little bit of safety in the pipe system, and I think that's important to note.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
I have a question about I&I because this is interesting to me. Is I&I, it must change year to year with different weather cycles. And have you seen a trend downward during the last 10 years where drought has increased?
Yes. In fact, if you remember near the beginning of the presentation, I think it was slide 3 or 4, I showed a graph with inflow coming into the treatment plant. And you remember that's also reflecting everything that's coming into that pipe system. So it's a good summary of what our system is doing. And you'll see that graph as it goes along. The years are along the bottom of the graph. And you'll see that varies quite a bit. In wet years, that jumps up, that tends to jump up. In dry drought cycles, that tends to cycle down a little bit. And you'll notice in that graph, I think we go out to 2018 or 2019, we're in some pretty dry years. And but 2019, interestingly enough, is one of our most recent wet years, and we did not see that cycle back up at the treatment plant. So that may tell us that we're doing some good as far as I&I rehabilitation. We'll talk about how we do that in just a second here. Does that answer that question?
Yeah. It sounds like I&I comes from, well, the fluctuations come from like the quality of your conveyance system and then the precipitation or the level of moisture during the year. Is that right?
That's right. Yes. So if you have a lot of moisture on the ground, you have a lot of rain, and it's influencing your groundwater, it's soaking into the ground, that's going to build up, and that water tends to, particularly in many parts of Provo, groundwater doesn't necessarily, it doesn't have to be that deep, particularly on the west side. You can find groundwater only just a couple of feet down. And your sewer system generally is in the 8 to 10 foot range, not always, but generally. So you're definitely going to have groundwater surrounding the outside of your sewer pipe in parts of Provo City. And so that's why it comes in through the joints.
We've got a question by Councilor McKay.
Since we're asking questions right now, the one thing I get asked by residents quite regularly is why, because of the, as you say, goes by gravity, why did the waste treatment water plant not go on the west side to save on all those weight stations? And why do we waste all that money? I get that question a lot. So it'd be great to hear what your response would be.
That is an excellent question. So when we started anticipating or contemplating rebuilding the treatment plant, there were kind of two factors that looked at. In fact, if you look back on that timeline, actually a site selection, I don't remember, I think it was in 2018, we started the site selection study. And the airport ranked, or near the airport, ranked very high in that site selection. Really, the two sites that we considered were the existing site and one very close to the airport. And So it's important to note that even if we had moved the treatment plant close to the airport, we still would have had to lift the sewage into the treatment plant because the system had to be quite deep out on the west side to gravity feed the entire west side. So, and we'll talk a little bit about one of those projects. I'll show you how deep the lift station is out by the airport. And we would have had to build a lift station no matter what, because your treatment plant has to be on the surface. So, surface of the ground. And so the lift station still would have had to exist. The other key factor that played into our decision was financial. So in building a new treatment plant at the airport or near the airport, it would have had to be a complete new treatment plant. What we're rebuilding right now at the treatment plant, and I apologize, again, I'm trying to go really, really fast through a lot of detail. But a treatment plant really has two main processes. There's a solids and a liquid side of a treatment plant. And the solid side, we're kind of just living with right now. And I'll show you, let me back up here. This is probably important. So this is the treatment plant. Along the top, North is to the top of this map right here. Along the edge of the treatment plant on the north side is the solids side of the treatment plant. So there's digesters and there's lots of things that deal with the solid system. And I guess there's one other component that I need to explain. This is, and I would encourage you to come on a tour of the treatment plant, but one of the loveliest buildings that you can ever go into at the treatment plant is called the Headworks. And I use that sarcastically because it is, it's rather telling about the wastewater system. But the Headworks is located in the northwest corner of the treatment plant. That's where all the trunk lines come into. And in that building right there, they're going to separate the solids from the liquids. And they go into two different streams and they're treated differently. And the solids work their way along the north side of the treatment plant. The liquid side goes through the kind of the center of the treatment plant. So what we're rebuilding is the center of the treatment plant. We're rebuilding the liquid side or the fluid side of the treatment plant, and we're kind of ignoring the solid side. So if we had moved the treatment plant to the airport, we would have had to rebuild two systems, solid and the fluid. The cost would have gone up significantly. And also another cost consideration that we had to throw into the mix was, again, the trunk lines that are on this right here on your slide right here. You'll notice they're all directed to one location. It's the existing treatment plant. And we would have had to reroute some, not all, but some of those trunk lines would have had to be rerouted to the airport area. So there was significant additional investment that would have had to been made. And so really it came down to a question of how much do you want to spend on a new treatment plant? And financially, it made more sense to leave it at the existing location. That's a very quick summary.
If I could just add one quick footnote to that, and this was also at the same time as we were discussing a new city center. And so we were looking at, tens of millions of dollars for both a new treatment plant and a new city center, and the financial pressures were quite intense. So this turned out to be, for another variety of reasons, a much more financially sensible solution.
So let me keep going. I'm going to try to stay on time here. A couple of other factors that the master plan looks at is pipe condition. This map that I have up on your screen right now, I believe it's the one that shows the dates of the pipe that were installed, and you'll notice it goes back into the early 1900s. I'm thinking that this is the right map. Let me make sure. Hang on. Oh, I apologize. So the map, I'm going to go back one map. This one actually shows details of a meter study. So in 2018, we conducted a meter study where we installed flow meters in the pipe system in 33 or 35 different locations. And that's the numbers that are on this map right here. So what we were trying to assess with the meter study is the accuracy of our hydraulic model and Ionite. And so we were metering the flow, and we could actually tell. We did it over a long period of time. I think it was 3 or 4 months, and we could actually tell whether Ionite was influencing the flow, because in springtime you'd see a jump in the flow versus in December, January. You wouldn't see that influence of groundwater. And so we were trying to verify how much Ionite was actually coming into the system. And it helped make the hydraulic model more accurate. I apologize. This is the map that shows the pipe condition assessment. This is the one that has the years on it. And you'll notice that it goes well into the early 1900s. Pipe condition is another one that the master plan looks at. You'll see on this, there's two pictures here. Yes, the one on the left-hand upper side is actually a pipe. It's supposed to be a round pipe. And that's, I think this is on University Avenue, if I remember right. And so you'll see corrosion, you'll see, build up on the pipe that, is taking away from the capacity of the pipe. And it's the reason that we clean the pipes. It's one of the main reasons. Dave and his group, we have specific people that are assigned to this. In some cases, that buildup actually can be hard enough that you actually have to grind it out. They have a number of different nozzles that they put on their jet truck. One of them actually drives a chain like a swing set chain, and it'll go in and knock the stuff off the pipe. It's Dave and his crew, if you want some stories, they'll tell you. Anyway, the one that's on the lower right-hand side is after the pipe has been cleaned and also after the pipe has been lined. And so this is our main treatment to prevent I&I. So the lining actually happens in the pipe inside the existing original pipe, and you put a liner. It's a plastic, it looks like PVC. I think it's HDPE pipe, if I remember right. Yeah, so it's actually flexible. You know, you can pull it through with the jet truck. So you take one end of it, you actually pull it through, and then they blow it up and they heat it, and then they run a ball through it, and they'll actually adhere that plastic liner to the existing pipe. And so you don't have to tear the street up. You're not doing anything. And then they take after, and so you have to realize laterals from homes are connected into that pipe. And so they'll take what they call a cutter, and they'll actually take it on a tractor, a little small tractor, it goes into the pipe, and they'll actually cut the holes out for the lateral in the pipe. And so we do that without disrupting any traffic. Nobody even knows that it's going on. So we do that throughout the city, and that's our main way that we go after I&I issues in the city. So the results. So the hydraulic modeling, this is one of the main factors that, one of the main output that we get from the master plan. And you'll notice that the next three slides, the projects or the problem areas that are identified in either a yellow or a red or a black color, they'll change, and they're based on population and some other factors that Keith and his staff are looking at. And so you'll notice in this one, there's less issues showing up in our pipe system. In this one, there's a few more that pop up on the screen. And in this one, there's even more that pop up on the screen. And that depends on population growth, some other assumptions, again, that we're seeing I&I plays a factor in that as well. And so the list depends on how well we keep our system up. Again, how much investment we're in the pipe system we're looking at, and also some issues with density and population. So this is the statement that I referenced before. So the master plan, again, with the exception of the aggressive build out flows, the master plan and the planned projects anticipate the improvements that are necessary in Provo right now. So this is the map that's associated with the project list. You'll notice that most of it is on the west side. There are some conversations about density in the north, the very far north end of the city, that are not anticipated. But again, we're trying to anticipate it with in-house modeling. This is the list of projects that are in the master plan. You'll notice the total cost at the bottom. And by the way, again, this list does not include a treatment plant. Keith and Susie will address the treatment plant cost separate. So a couple of things that are needed at this point. So we'll make sure that each of the council members have a copy of the master plan and be able to review that if you want to. But in the next few weeks, we will bring the master plan back for formal adoption to the council, answer any questions that you might have, anything that the public may need relative to the master plan adoption. So the next topic that we need to cover is a quick update on major wastewater CIP projects. This is mostly focused on the west side of the city. This is where most of the CIP projects have happened. So a couple of the first projects that went in on the west side are pipe projects. So this one was out north of the airport. You'll see the total dollar amount that was spent on the project, the year that it was installed. You'll see the next year, the total project that went in, again, just directly east of the airport. There is some logic to this, by the way. We'll get to that in just a second. The next project that went in was primarily from Center Street going north up to 620 North. You'll see the cost and the year that it went in on the map. The following year, which is actually the current year, the current construction year, we started the Southwest Lift Station, and I have a picture of that. So this is what I referenced the question before about locations, about where potentially the treatment plant could have gone. This was the location, the alternate location of the treatment plant. And so we're building a master lift station. We have some pictures, and the pipe system that we're putting on the west side actually eliminates 5 existing lift stations, and that is significant. So in the plan that we proposed to the council back in 2015, this plan was actually shown to the council, and the pipe system is built deep enough that those lift stations can be eliminated. So we're basically building a gravity system, and it's a very difficult and a very expensive gravity system. But the primary issue is we're eliminating potential bottlenecks with multiple lift stations. If we had continued on the path that the city was on, we potentially could have had more than a dozen lift stations on the west side of Provo alone. So after the lift station is finished, the next major project that we'll do on the west side is a force main. It's a 24-inch force main that will come, and again, it's a pressurized pipe, different than the gravity, but the pumps in the lift station will pick up the waste, both the solid and the liquids. They'll pump it east into the gravity system that will take it to the treatment plant. After that, we go north of 620 North and provide a gravity system up to the northwest lift station. And we also have a line that goes over to the airport as well on this map. We also have 2 other lines that go into what we call the Skipper Bay and the Harbor Park area. These actually go into existing residential developments. And we have a parallel 36. We'll talk about that in just a second here. The second one that just popped up is into an existing residential neighborhood, and those two, the Harbor Park and the Skipper Bay are lift stations that exist today. They're operated. They will eventually be eliminated. So that's a quick update on significant projects that are happening in the next few years. This is a picture of the Southwest Lift Station. It does not do it justice. I would encourage the council. In fact, I'm going to try to coordinate with Cliff and his staff to go do a couple of tours. The airport is close to this location. I think it's important for the council to see the new terminal that is being built by Public Works and the airport staff. Very close to it is the Southwest Lift Station. The excavation's about 40 feet deep on this. It's a significant investment and a significant change. We'll open up development on the southwest side of the city. This is another view of the Southwest Lift Station. This is one of the pipe projects that I wanted to just pick a little example of the pipe project. So this is actually the pipe that went from Center Street up to 620 North. This is actually the Provo River, and we had to put a sewer pipe underneath the river. And you'll notice that the river is actually blocked in this location under this scenario. And we bypassed the river. This is a picture of the pipe actually going in underneath the river. It's a 27-inch pipe. I mean, that's a big pipe for a sewer pipe. And you'll notice how deep it is. It was about 21 feet, 22 feet in this location. So it's unusually, that's not your typical depth for sewer, but in order to make a gravity system, we had to start very deep at the lift station and work our way past the river and then up into the northwest corner of the city. So that was a monumental task to get it past the river. This is the bypass that was happening on the river while we were doing this. This is a picture of the treatment plant. We have a video. If we have time, we'll show you a time-lapse video. So again, this is in the East Bay area. This is the existing treatment plant. We've taken out the 1956 trickling filters and everything that was done in the mid-1950s. At the treatment plant. It was all demolished and taken out with this project. And we're building a brand new, they call it an MBR. It stands for Membrane Bioreactor Treatment Plant. It's the most advanced treatment process that can be put in place. I know a few council members have asked a little bit about what happens, next stages with the treatment plant. I can go into that if you'd like to. It probably stirs up a few, potential questions. But it is a very advanced process that we're putting into place. Let me see if there's I'm going to skip to this. I'm going to go back one slide in just a second. So this is a rendering of the treatment plant that's going in. You'll notice on the right-hand, lower right-hand corner, and I'll go back and show you in the picture, there's a, Corey, what's the first process? Yeah, the fine screen building. Thank you. The fine screen building is located on the right-hand, lower right-hand corner. It moves into basins. That's the bioreactor basins. And then on the upper part, the taller part of the building is the membrane building. And so that's where the actual really fine membranes are put into place. You'll notice also that there's reactors. There's some, it almost looks like slots where you can put in some additional basins. We've planned this for future expansion. We know that that's going to come. Whether it's Provo City, whether it's it potentially could be another city that wants to participate. We have not worked anything out with, any other cities, but we've planned this for future expansion. Corey's done an excellent job in looking down the road for future needs. So let me go back one slide. So one of the things that happened, again, last topic that I'm going to cover at least today, one of the things that happened as we went through the process of building and constructing and designing the new treatment plant, it's a multi-faceted process. And again, it's mostly focused on the hydraulic or the fluid side of the treatment process. And so I'm trying to think where to start here. So I mentioned in 2015, we did a master plan. That's probably the best place to start. We did a master plan specifically on the treatment plant itself, not the collection system. And when we got a draft of the results of the master plan, one of the things that was striking to me was the amount of needs just to keep up the treatment plant with its current process. In fact, the estimates came in at about $60 million just to restore the treatment plant at the what I'll call a medium treatment process. It was not advanced treatment by any means. And I started looking at the costs and the results of that master plan and quickly realized I need to go back and talk with the administration. We eventually came back to the council and said, it doesn't make sense to invest $60 million and you can kind of get a medium treatment process at your treatment plant and spend that much money. Should we be spending more money and get the most advanced treatment process so that we're not dealing with future regulations in Utah Lake? And we were made very much aware, and I have not spoken about that much, but DEQ has given us very strong hints that future regulations will still come to Utah Lake, maybe as early as 2030. But I anticipate in some style, we will see more regulations at Utah Lake. So we had a decision basically in the 2015, 2016 timeframe that said, do we spend $60 million and meet the 2020 regulations, but we're not sure what's going to happen in 2030 or beyond? Or do we spend more money and know that we're probably going to meet the 2030 regulations and maybe beyond, well beyond the 2030 regulations? And in the presentation to the council at that time, Mr. Hanley, I don't remember if you were on the council at that point or not, but I made the recommendation to the council that we go to the MBR treatment plant process, which is the most advanced process. The council was supportive of that decision, that recommendation. We had a significant cost. We estimated about 120 million over, I think it was 125 million was the original cost estimate. We eventually were able to work that down with the contractor on board. We eventually got a contractor on board, and I'm skipping a lot of this, I apologize, but eventually came back and recommended that we spend about 100 million in design and construction costs for an MBR treatment plant. We went to DEQ at the request of the council. I believe it was the fall of 2018. We went to the council. They gave us the okay to go to the DEQ board and ask for a loan, state revolving fund. And there were a number of other cities and towns, municipalities, special service districts that were asking for money at the same time. They all knew that this was happening. We happened to be early enough in line that they gave us $78 million. $2 million of that was in loan forgiveness. So they basically gave us $2 million. The balance of it came out in a loan. And we started moving forward with the project. We issued a package 1, and Alder Construction, who is out of Salt Lake, they were the prime contractor, and started moving forward with mostly foundation work, improvements that were underground, largely to keep to shore up the new building and the new basins that would be moved forward. We moved forward with design of package 2, which was mostly the visible part, the upper part of the treatment plant, and started moving forward to get what they call a guaranteed maximum price for package 2. And this happened over the last 2 years. So you'll need to remember what happened to construction prices over the last 2 years. So in the time where we went from package 1, which was right on budget, to package 2, we found, inflation construction estimates that were going through the roof, particularly in steel and concrete. Wood was not necessarily an issue so much for a treatment plant. But one of the things that came back were we were out of budget as far as package 2. We made a decision last fall, so it was in August, September of 2021. We made a decision based on a conversation with the administration, our consultants, and also the design team and the contractor. And I'm going to go back to this right here. We made a decision that we could make kind of a temporary solution to solve our budget problem. We would build the fine screen building again on the lower right-hand side. We would not build the basins, the MBR basins, and we would still build the filtration building, because we were about $18 million over budget, and we did not want to come back to the council with that kind of issue and not have a solution. So there was a memo. Some of the council members, I think it was originally sent to Cliff. I sent a memo out in August. There was some conversation that was coming back to council about this project and some of the decisions that were being made. So it's important to note that we weren't eliminating the basins completely. What we were doing, we were putting in a bypass system. So this is a little bit of an incomplete picture here, but we were basically going from the fine screen buildings, and we were going to go east to what an existing basin called the aeration basins. It was part of the 1977 upgrade to the treatment plant. And we were going to use the aeration basins for part of the process and then pipe back to the filtration, to the membrane building. And it would solve the problem, particularly relative to phosphorus, but it would not solve the problem for nitrogen. And I'm not going to go into all the chemical stuff. You guys don't want to know the chemistry behind the treatment plant. But basically, we didn't create the right chemistry in the basins, in the aeration basins, to address nitrogen. Nitrogen is not currently part of the regulations in Utah Lake, but they're probably coming. We anticipate that that's one of the regulations in 2030. But to keep the project in budget and keep the contractor going, we made a decision in the fall of 2021 to move forward with the fine screen buildings and the membrane. We also pursued with the administration, we pursued several grants and several options to try to close the gap on the funding. So in December of last year, so December of 2021, I was contacted by Erica Gaddis, and she's the director of DEQ. And she encouraged me to make an application and encouraged the city to make an application to their board again for some additional funding to close the gap on this project. You may know the state has a lot of, they call it ARP money going around, and we made applications to the governor's office. We made several applications trying to close the gap. Very, very short story here. Most of the applications were denied. Most of the money on the state level is being funneled toward water projects. which we'll have a conversation in the next couple of weeks. We'll have another conversation about water here. But because of the focus on water, many of our applications, and for that matter, DEQ and other people, are feeling like the wastewater industry is kind of getting ignored a little bit in the state of Utah. But for us, for Provo City, it really meant that our options as far as funding this gap in the construction of the treatment plant is fairly limited. Anyway, Erica Gaddis encouraged me to make an application to the DEQ board. We've recently visited with the board, and they had 3 other applications at the same meeting, but they authorized a $15 million additional loan or finance package to the city. That does not mean that we necessarily have to take it, but it is my recommendation to the council that we move forward with their offer. It includes a $10 million additional loan at 0.5%. I've identified this on the slide that you can see. They also gave us an additional $5 million in loan forgiveness. So that's a grant, essentially. They're handing us $5 million there. The city will need to cover the gap between probably around 18 to 15 million. So we'll need about $3 million, the difference there. That there's a variety of options. We have city ARP money, ARPA money that can cover that. We also have a couple of other options that are still being worked out, potentially with the state, and we're gonna see in the next probably in the next month or so we'll have an answer on that. But moving forward, that is my recommendation. That if that action is approved by the council, that means that those basins that are in the middle between the fine screens and the membrane building can be put back into the construction project. We also have the contractor, Alder Construction, giving us an updated cost estimate. So when we come back to the council again, we'll give you all the final numbers on this. So the reason that this particular one is highlighted for council action, we need to move fairly quickly. The state money is available and must be closed before the 1st of May. So the reason that the DEQ board is moving fairly quickly on this is they get other funding starting in May, but it has a lot more strings attached. It has Buy America requirements that are much more extensive than what we're dealing with right now. And so it would change the cost of the putting the basins back in. So we're encouraging the council to move quickly on it. And right now we have that scheduled for the March 29th meeting for the council. Please.
Question on that. So are you needing action to approve the additional gap funding, or are you needing action to confirm or approve the loan that they're offering?
Both. We'll need both. So
They have to happen together. I mean, I just see no reason for the council to delay on accepting what the state is offering here.
So let me lay out a little bit of this, and John Borgett or Jimmy may want to fill in a little bit of this, but there's a process. So this is a loan that is it's a bond, and we go through the same process that we had to go through on the $77 million loan. And so you have to have a public hearing, you have to notice it. And so we'll go through that in the next couple of months. We'll go through that whole process. We'll have bond counsel, John Borgett will be involved in it. So the formal adoption, what we will bring back on the 29th will be all of that formal adoption that the council has to give us. But informally, you can give us some hint, even today, if you'd like to. I mean, this is fairly new to the council. And so if you want to have some discussion, or if you want to, talk about it internally, I'm not looking today to say, yes, we need to do this, or no, we, don't want to do this. But it would be helpful to know in the relatively near future, because we're going to start moving forward with public notices, especially putting mailers out. We have to put a mailer out to every resident in the city and say, the city council and the administration are going to take on an additional $10 million in loan, and they have to be notified, and a public hearing has to be held. But my recommendation, like I said, is to move forward, just given the limitations of other funding, even ARPA money that's available at the state level, it does not appear that the state focus right now is on wastewater. And so I don't see that becoming available any other location. So I think given the options that we've explored so far, this would be the recommendation to the council. I've talked a little bit about,
Dave,
yes, please.
we're getting about 7 minutes left till we have to get to the next item.
Yep.
So,
I got a clock right here. I know exactly.
all right. An engineer knew. I knew an engineer would know. But I think you probably want to walk away from this with some sort of indication from the council, right?
It would be helpful.
Okay, so save us a couple minutes here at the end.
I think I've got like 2 more slides, and I'm going to let you pepper me with any questions that you've got. So just really quickly, CIP list. This is what you'll see in the upcoming budget documents. This is very similar to the document that you'll see in the wastewater section of the CIP. This is also a list that we use. I'm not going to go into the details of why it's color coded, but it helps us to identify CIP projects versus the treatment plant versus maintenance projects. In fact, that is the reason for the color coding right there. And you'll see how we break it up and a lot of details. I'm happy to give this detail to the council if anybody's interested. And then we're going to go to the impact fee update. So that's where Keith and Susie is going to step up and take over. So I've got any questions? Got a little time.
Any questions?
Well, I'm certainly supportive, but I just had a question, and I don't know if you're the right person to answer it. I don't know if Wayne's not here, but I'm confused about what I thought I heard you say about the ARPA funds. I thought there was quite a bit of money in the ARPA funds for wastewater. You're saying that's...
Okay, so let me back up and explain. So when you talk about ARPA funds, there's a lot of different pots floating around. And so when I think what you're referencing is city ARPA funds, and I use that very specifically. So I think last week Wayne gave a presentation on city ARPA funds that are available. And if I remember right, and again, I apologize if the numbers aren't quite on, but about $33 million were made available to the city directly. And it was broken into 2 pots of money that he talked about. He talked about a $10 million pot and a $23 million pot. The $23 million pot is available for wastewater and water. It's infrastructure related money. And so that is a potential funding source. The ARPA funds that we applied for, though, were state ARPA funds. And so we were going after ARPA from the governor's office and DEQ directly. And so the state money that, and I don't remember, Isaac, you can probably tell me the total. I mean, it's like 1.1 or 1.3 billion. Jimmy, do you remember the number? 1.1 billion. And that were given to the state. And so they've had a variety of different ways that you can apply for state ARPA funds. And what my statement about, it not being the focus of the state. So most of what you're seeing is water related ARPA funds. They're going after water projects. They're not giving very much water or very much of that state ARPA money to wastewater.
So
projects.
the money that we were talking about that we would use at the city money, that we would dedicate to infrastructure is already needed in other areas, and it doesn't include this $15 million gap.
So one of the things, and again, I'm going to jump ahead here several weeks because we need to have a conversation about a water system, a water treatment plant. So don't get confused about wastewater. I try to be really careful when we talk about a wastewater treatment plant versus a water treatment plant. But associated with ASR and drinking water, we're making a recommendation to move forward with a small water treatment plant. And I think focusing the city ARPA funds in the water treatment plant is where my recommendation to the council would be to move the 23 million in city funding, city ARPA funding. That would be the focus for public works.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Does that help?
Yeah.
So we're dealing with a gap on the construction project of about $20 million. We've got a $15 million loan / grant from the state government that's already authorized. We just need to approve that.
Yep.
And we'll be dealing with a gap that we could use city ARPA funds for 3 to 5, somewhere in that range, million to complete the full project as it was originally
That
intended.
is correct.
Okay, thanks.
So then that's what you're asking for is a nod or a nod, yes or no from council members to know if you got enough support.
Do we move forward with the notifications?
Go ahead, Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, do we need to have committed that 3 to 5 million in order to get the state money?
No.
Okay.
In fact, we are pursuing a couple of other options that may still pan out. So I would give us another 30 days.
So I'm curious, Mr. Jones, would it be helpful if we made a motion to put this on the agenda for the 28th? And that would give the staff the nod they need to make the public announcements?
Well, I'd probably defer to Dave. I mean, you can do that by motion. You can do that by council leadership indicating that that's their plan. I assume whatever Dave feels more comfortable with is probably the.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Elizabeth, do you need the motion repeated or you good? Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote on the motion. All in favor? It's unanimous in the council chamber and Councilor Ellsworth. If you're speaking, Councilor Ellsworth, we can't hear you. All right, well, her audio isn't working. The motion passes, and then we'll let staff know after the fact what her vote was, I guess. Okay. All right. Looks like you got the support.
That's great. Thank you very much. I apologize for the whirlwind tour of the wastewater system, but I hope that was helpful. Well done. If I'd be happy to coordinate tours of any of those projects, including the airport, anything else, if you want to do that in future work sessions. Thank you so much for your.
Thank you, Mr. Decker.
support. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yep.
All right, next.
Chair,
item.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened there, but my vote was yes. And I look forward to a tour. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next hour and 15 minutes, the John Borgett Show. This item is a discussion regarding wastewater impact fees. This one is 25 minutes. And looks like it's informational. Consider adjusting the wastewater impact fees.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hoban and the council. Yes, we have, as David mentioned, we have Keith Larson, who's here, who's going to kind of lead the discussion on a presentation for wastewater impact fees. We also have Susie Becker, who is here to answer questions and may share some portions too. What I would just let the council know is that we've already had a discussion with the Utah Home Builders Association, and Eileen is here representing them, and so we've kind of give them an update, and they're here and listening. And what our hope and intention is that the council will hear this, and then we eventually would like to bring it back to council on an action agenda to consider adopting these. There are a number of rules and guidelines as far as timeframes of when and how they have to be adopted. But for right now, we'll have Keith kind of start the presentation. So Keith.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here for a minute. My name's Keith Larson. I'm with Bowen Collins and Associates. We prepared both the collection system Collection System Master Plan that Dave just talked about, and then also the Impact Fee Facility Plan, which is a separate document governing impact fees according to the Utah Impact Fees Act. After that, you prepare an impact fee analysis that has been prepared by Susie Becker and her team. Those documents together form the basis of an impact fee. So really quick, just give you a little timeline of how we got to where we're at today. In 2013, we completed the last version of the wastewater collection master plan. In October 2017, our same team was hired to update impact fees at the time. In doing that, the city did a comprehensive update of all the impact fees and formed an impact fee review committee. That included city staff, consultants, the Home Builders Association, and some residents to provide impact or input there. Together, we worked to develop a methodology for these impact fee facility plans and impact fee analyses. So in November of 2018, the council adopted the new impact fees. And since that time, we've been working under those impact fees and moving forward design and evaluation of the treatment plant improvements, as Dave has mentioned. So more recently, in November of 2021, we completed the updated sewer master plan, and then we ran the impact fee analysis again and met with the Home Builders Association last month. And that brings us today where we're coming and bringing those results to you. So that's just important to understand what the background is of how we got to where we are today. I want to just touch on a few key changes from the previous sewer impact fees. Number one, we updated this is equivalent residential connection growth projections. That's a way of measuring wastewater impact on the system. And the biggest change was some adjustment of densities on the west side to look, and then also projected redevelopment areas of the city to reflect the most recent development plans. Overall, we actually had a 5% decrease in projected ERCs at build out from that previous study. However, there was more growth on the west side and maybe a little less growth in redevelopment in some of the more established parts of the cities. That's based on planning information we received. Another thing that we did was we updated the flow projections as a result of conservation, updated fixtures, other things going on. The flow coming into the system actually decreased a little bit over the time period. In 2013, you see it was about 248. That has dropped to about 238. So about 10 gallons a day less is coming out of the houses. And Dave touched on that as well. We then did an updated proportional use of capacity based on the updated flow projections. And Dave mentioned this. We'll look at it in detail, but we took each of the projects that were identified and we broke it into how much capacity is being used by existing residents versus future growth. We did this for these projects, but we also did it for the other thousands of projects, or excuse me, existing pipelines in the system. Each of them being looked at using the computer model, so we didn't have to look at each of them individually, but each of them has been accounted for. Then we updated the list of needed projects, and it's important to note that everything was completed following the same methodology that was developed by the committee in 2018. So with that said, you can see the changes from the 2018 impact fee facility plan to the updated and the difference there. And essentially, we've increased the cost of the projects by 62 million. There have been some new projects that were identified, but the majority of that is construction inflation. As Dave mentioned, costs have just absolutely skyrocketed, increased over the last several years. And so that is being reflected in the updated plan. So a little bit small numbers here, but this is basically the essence of the calculation that Susie and her team puts together. And what you can see here is that there are, when we take into account all the different improvement projects that, excuse me, two things, improvement projects and existing infrastructure that's already in your system, there are about $510 million, $509 million worth of sewer infrastructure that is either in the ground or will be put in the ground in the next 10 years here. Of that, about 34.5 million, if I'm reading the bottom line here at the bottom of the table, that was the old one. 34.5 is associated with 10-year growth. We divide that by expected 10-year growth, which at the time was just over 4,100 units, and we calculated a fee out to be $2,370, and so that's been your sewer impact fee. For the updated calculations, I put those here. You can see that some things have dropped, but the percent going towards 10-year that's growing there has actually increased significantly. And the total fee has increased to $4,450, which is an increase of $2,000 there. Let's see. Just to point out a couple of things there, the primary area of increase is associated with the collection system. And actually, let me jump to the next slide there. I think, oh, let's see. I apologize. This version is slightly different from the one I had last time we talked through this. But yeah, let's stick on this slide here. So the current fee or the proposed maximum allowable fee, you can see is a significant increase, almost $2,100. The major reasons for that: on treatment, we see the significant construction inflation is a big deal. On the collection side, we have also construction inflation, but we also have a shift in growth from where we're filling out existing areas of the city that already have infrastructure built that was put in place when it was less expensive to put in that infrastructure, to growth that's more focused on the west side, which is extremely expensive to build because of the depths, the additional lifting that's required in that area. And then there was also a difference in a credit calculation, and we probably don't need to go into this into too much detail, but there was less debt there is less debt expected to be issued in association with the new plan than was expected in 2018. And so the reason that results in a higher fee is that the city is basically putting more resources in now and less is being paid out over time. So the impact fee now becomes a little bit bigger. Go into a lot of detail there, but that's the short version of this story. Okay, so with that said, I think it's important to understand where both the existing and the proposed sits relative to other communities. And so what we did was we went and collected a pretty comprehensive list of communities in both Utah County and a couple areas other areas along the Wasatch Front. You can see the current fee is pretty close to kind of the average fee, maybe a little bit on the low side for other communities. The proposed fee, the newly calculated fee, is significantly at the upper end of those other communities. However, in saying that, I think it's important to note that a lot of these communities are facing the exact same issues that are being captured in this impact fee update. You can see all the asterisks that we have on those represent the communities that we know of that are updating their fees. A lot of them, Susie and I are doing together, and they're all going similar directions as to what you're looking at right now. So with that said, I've probably been talking too much, so I think I'm going to, that was the end of the material I had. What questions might you have on impact fees that we need to talk about?
Go ahead.
So would you care to speculate based on what you just said about the other cities, because we look like I couldn't quite tell if we're the very top or very close to the top with 4,450. But do you anticipate that we're, lower down after those other cities have approved some increases?
It's hard to say where people will land because an impact fee analysis by design is unique to each individual city. I'll point out the Orem's, that Southwest service area. That's basically their version of your West Side. It's by the new LDS temple there. It's an area that's really expensive to service. And you can see where they're, and this one's a couple years old already. That one's probably going to go up as well, but it's at $4,900. So you would think that areas that are similar to that would have very similar results. Susie, I don't have any preliminary results for those other communities other than they all tend to be going up, 50 to 100% in some cases.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
I guess, is there a specific outcome you're looking for from this discussion?
Yes. Let me just share a couple of things and then talk a little about what we're looking for an outcome. First of all, just for the new council members and all council members, the debate with impact fees is who pays for the growth? Do the existing ratepayers pay for that, or should new development pay for the growth that's being caused by the new development? And traditionally, and what makes most sense is that new development should pay for that growth. And so that's the thinking behind impact fees. Also, just to mention that Keith mentioned that a couple of years ago, we came back and had adjusted all of our impact fees. At that time, we mentioned to the council and also to developers that we planned on coming back more on a regular basis and not all the fees, but reviewing some fees each year. And so this is the one that we're doing this year. And then we recommend on coming back next year with some other impact fees. The goal is to try to not have huge adjustments. Now, unfortunately, because of construction costs going up very drastically, we have a significant increase here, but we'd like to come back and have more regular increases. The other thing that needs to happen if the council is supportive and wants to look at making this adjustment to the impact fee is that we would need to come back on an action agenda and get council's formal approval. There is it's a 90-day requirement, right, Susie? For when they would go into effect. One of the things that we've always tried to do at the city is give the developers adequate notice, because you may have some projects that are just close to completion and they would love to, or close to getting started, and they'd love to get those in before. And so the soonest date that I would recommend would be July 1st. We've done it on the fiscal year, but that's something that could be talked about and considered as a council when you're looking at this item, if you decide to move it to an action agenda. Also, as Keith had mentioned, what we're providing is what's called the maximum allowed impact fee. And so the council doesn't have to do what's being presented, but our recommendation is that if we really want to have development cover the cost for the growth, we would recommend going with the maximum allowed number that Keith just shared. And so with that, we would just love to find out if council's supportive and interested in moving this to an upcoming action agenda.
I would just note that before it can be adopted, there needs to be a public hearing specifically for the impact fee.
Good point. Yes.
I'm just curious why some cities would absorb the cost themselves as opposed, it seems like just makes sense to me that you would pass that on to the development or the developers. Why would a city choose not to? Like, why would they want to foot the bill?
Well, I think sometimes you may get a lot of pressure from developers. You may get the message that Provo's too expensive to build. How can we build homes with these high impact fee costs? Those kind of pressures. But then you could also get pressures of why are our utility rates going up so much when you don't share the cost of growth to new development that's coming in. And so I think there's arguments on both sides, but I think from a sensible standpoint, it makes most impact fees make a lot of sense. And that's why almost all cities participate in them. And some may not charge the full maximum allowed, but they have an impact fee in some form.
Go ahead.
John, thanks to you and Daniel for your presentations. Very helpful. Help me understand the concept of maximum allowed. Where does the discretion lie in that final determination?
Well, and you can share, first of all, for example, today's discussion, the council could make the decision that we don't want to adjust the sewer impact fee, or the council could make a decision that we're going to go with what's recommended, or they could split it. You know, maybe they increase 50% or 75%, but 100% is the amount that's defendable because it is the cost that's allowed through impact fee law, that we're not charging the new development more than it costs or less. We're sharing their proportionate share for that growth.
I understand that, but let's say that the city council maxes it out and says we're going to go with the 4450 per ERC.
Yep.
Where does maximum allowed come into play? That implies some discretion on somebody's part that we may allow something less. Is that just within the council discussion, or is it administrative discretion afterwards?
I think go ahead, Keith.
I was just going to say that's primarily relative to the council's discretion.
Okay.
I will note that the Impact Fee Act does allow people to come in and ask for an adjustment for unique circumstances. So you could do that on a case-by-case basis, but primarily it's relative to council discretion.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you, if it's all right, I'm gonna have Susie talk for a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
She's our expert.
I don't have a lot to add. It's just that the law requires that there's a rational nexus between the fee charged and the benefit received. So our job is to show you what that proportionate share is the phrase used in the code, is to new development. So we're showing you the true cost of providing the service to new development, which is therefore the maximum that the law allows, but you do not have to do it. Most cities we work with do charge the maximum. And I will just give you one little example of how these costs are going up. This is actually a rate study that we just did, and they haven't enacted it yet. So I'm not going to say where, but it was going from very low. They were $1.50 a month, $18.50 a month to cover costs. So we are seeing this all over the place with costs just going through the roof.
Okay, so basically with your 4450 number, you're providing us with that rational nexus for that maximum number. I don't think this council wants to address every impact fee on every development in the future. Right? Case by case. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
So do you need an indication today?
It's up to council leadership, but administration's recommendation would be that we move this to consider it being adopted and,
Okay.
and have a public hearing on the action agenda.
So I guess I'll just ask if anybody is opposed to speak up. Do we need an official vote, Brian, on this, or just give them a nod and say, go ahead and we'll put it on the agenda?
Right. Yeah, no vote necessary at this time. You just need to get it on
I'm
the
not
agenda.
seeing anyone expressing concerns, so. All right, thank you. Next item is also for John and his team. It's a discussion regarding a transfer to the local government disaster fund, presented again by John Borgett, our administrative services director. Looks like you'll need a nod on this one as well. So go ahead.
Yes. I was talking to Wayne Parker and we were kind of discussing how best to approach this. And we thought, well, we've got some new council members, that it might be good to just do a quick review and provide the council kind of where we're at, and then we can talk about the decision at hand. And so I have just kind of put together a high-level overview. And I think each of you have the PowerPoint up on your screen. And it comes from a section of Utah code that refers to as the local government disaster funds. If we go to the next page, let's see, I need to do this, I guess. There we go. Okay, sorry, I got it. So first of all, local governments have the option to establish a local government disaster fund. The council made the decision to do this. And first of all, just kind of identify what it is the money in the local fund may accumulate from year to year. It's set up separately so that interest is accrued, so that it adds to its own balance as it moves on in this fund. Money can't be transferred. Once it's put in the fund, it cannot be transferred out for any other purpose. And money in the fund does not affect any limits on fund balance. Like, for example, in our general fund right now, we are limited to a 35% balance of our budget or our actual revenues. This would not count against that or considered to be part of that balance. Also, one of the features that's in this the guidelines set forth by the state, cities who experience a disaster, you can apply for a loan if you've been part of this fund. It says cities are not eligible to receive loans from this state loan fund unless they've maintained an average balance over the 5 years in their disaster fund of at least half the maximum authorized amount. And so you would need to be part of this local government disaster fund for 5 years before you would potentially be eligible. They mentioned that the interest rate, depending upon criteria and the amount in the fund, goes from the state prime of 0 to 4%, depending upon conditions. And you would have to look at it and see whether or not that interest rate was attractive to the city or whatnot. But what the intent of the state was to make it attractive and provide an option to receive that funding to help with events that had occurred as a result of the disaster. As far as use of the funds go, in order to have access to those funds, it needs to be declared a disaster. It could be declared by the state or by the federal government, but it must be within the boundaries of the local government. And it can also be used for any of the aftermath from the disaster that gave rise to the declared disaster. So as a result of council action, when the budget ordinance was prepared for our current fiscal year 22, and when it was adopted by the council in June, there were two paragraphs or two components in the budget resolution that made reference to the local disaster recovery fund. The first was 20% of the general fund budget savings that are not carried over shall be placed into the fund. And in fiscal 21, that amounted to $234,393. When we presented the carryovers to the council in September and went through the carryover report, which is by ordinance, we talked specifically about this, and the council was in support and recommended to administration that we set aside this money. So we actually created a state pool account, and we put the $234,393 in a separate local disaster fund in the state pool, and it has been earning interest, and it's there. Well, when we presented the comprehensive annual financial report to the council in December, the second element really couldn't be determined until after the audit was complete. And so after the audit was complete, I went back and reviewed the budget resolution, and it was kind of a question, and I'll be interested to see it, and David Shipley might be able to answer. But it says that after the completion of the fiscal year, this is what's in the budget ordinance, and after revenues have been compared with expenses and adjustments authorized by the annual budget ordinance, in the general fund to determine the net revenue surplus. 10% of the net revenue surplus shall be placed into the fund. And one of the things that was confusing to me is it talks about revenues being compared with expenses. And so I'm not sure if the intent was that it's basically your, what I would call your net income or your net of revenues less expenses. I'll flip up to the next page. So here are the two things that I looked at. Is it revenues minus expenses in the general fund? Or is it revenues less budgeted revenues? So it would be what your net, what the increase was in your budgeted actual revenues versus your budgeted revenues. So if you look at those two calculations, if it were your net income for the general fund, which is right in our audited statements and our comprehensive annual financial report, you took 10%, that would be $250,464. If you're looking at your actual revenues versus your budgeted revenues in the general fund, and there would be $453,911. Okay. And so there's that question. And we can maybe even go back and look at council minutes and see. I haven't, but I've reviewed the ordinance very closely and share with you the exact wording there. And so that's a question in my mind. The next thing that we talked about in December was just kind of looking at fund balance and seeing what it's looked like in the general fund. And this is over the last 11 years. And the real important number is the percent. And that's basically the percent of actual revenues. And that's what the state looks at to monitor. And I mentioned earlier that the state has a limit of 35%. It used to be 25% just a couple of years ago. And then 10 or so years ago, it was 18%. So they have been moving it up to give entities the opportunity to set more money aside for what's often referred to as a rainy day or an unexpected event, or an opportunity to buy some property that's been much needed, or other needs that come up that we're not aware of. Could also be in an event that maybe your budgeted revenues don't come in as they were anticipated. But you can see that we've went from 19, 17, 20, 17, 18, and then in the last year, in 2021, we were at 30%, which is about 5% below the maximum allowed amount. And so it definitely has had a good positive trend. But I wanted to mention one thing, and we talked about this briefly in December too. I just kind of went back through and looked at the appropriations that we've done this year. And there are a number of appropriations and they all have great purposes and uses, but we have appropriated to date in the general fund about one item that we haven't done yet, but we plan on is the payment of the annual interfund loan for the airport property purchase. But after that's done, we would have used about $2.5 million. And that would, if we were to net that out of where we were at the end of the year, those appropriations would bring us to about 26.91%. I will also say that in this current year, we continue to see strong sales tax revenue. Our sales tax revenues for the first 5 months, and I'll be talking about this in the quarterly report tonight, are up about 12%. And so another argument could be, well, general fund, you may have those appropriations, but you also have revenues that have come in that are helping as well. But with that, what happened in December was we kind of ran out of time. We had an agenda. We were trying to get through some things, and the decision was made to just let's have this discussion a little bit later. And so we just wanted to come back to the council and maybe see if any thoughts were on what the recommendation would be, whether we want to move this 250,000 or the 453,911 into that local disaster recovery fund that we have established, adding it to the other portion, or whether based on the fact that, we continue to have a lot of uncertainty out there and we have a lot of needs and whatnot when we're looking at all the issues with inflation, which Daniel's going to be talking to us a little bit about with employment wages and other things, but just kind of wanted to see what the council would like us to do. And so with that, I'll open it up.
I just wanted to make a comment quickly that you'll also remember the last time this came up that there was some confusion about what the statute actually even meant. We had quite a bit of discussion about what the 10% really applied to, and some of the wording of the statute doesn't actually match fiscal definition terms. Well, so after that happened, Cliff and I had a meeting with one of the state representatives and with the staff of the State Emergency Management Office, pointed out some of our concerns to them about what the statute actually said and not understanding it. In our first meeting, they committed to us that they were going to take that back and look at a revision. There was a subsequent meeting that I didn't attend, but I think Cliff did, so he'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is they came back in that meeting and said, actually, we're thinking about kind of redoing the entire program, and we're working on a bill to do that. To my knowledge, that bill hasn't made it into this session. So just, I guess, adding to what John just said about uncertainty, I think there's a fair amount of uncertainty about how the program is even going to look going forward, because the State Emergency Management Office staff themselves told us they didn't really think what they had in place was clear or working very well, and we're going to revamp it, but I don't think that's happened yet.
And I would add to that, after that last meeting I had with them, then there was some personnel changes, and so things have kind of got lost with them right now on that issue.
The other thing that I did quite a bit of research on, I haven't been able to find another entity in the state. We had a couple of names that were told that they were participating, and we called and talked to them, and they says, "Oh, we've been thinking about it, but we're not aware of anyone else that's participating." So we are leaders. I mean, I think the idea and the intent is good. I just looking for the council, what your thoughts are.
So might I add that there's already money in that fund now, right?
200, yep, the 234,000 is in there.
Okay. So one of the things to consider is that depending on how the state changes that program, the people we've been talking to are aware that we have money in that fund, and that if they decide to change it or whatever, they're going to have to create a way for us to be able to take that out, and we can do, and we should be able to do that. But that's something we'll just have to watch going forward.
So, John, just 3 questions. So this phrase net revenue surplus, I take it that's a state statute phrase.
Yep, it's in the basically ordinance, yes.
Right, not the ordinance, but state statute.
Yeah, it's the state code, yes.
It's not our term to define.
Not our term.
So in the absence of a state clarification on how to define that.
Now, I'm going to correct that. That's not true. It is in our budget ordinance. It's a term that we came up with.
Okay.
Yeah,
to be in compliance with the state.
Well, we came up with that because what the state statute says, the amounts transferred to a local fund may not exceed 10% of the total estimated revenues of the local government for the current fiscal period that are not restricted or otherwise obligated. And neither we nor the state people know what that means.
So first question, in the absence of further light knowledge on this, I assume we're free to give it a reasonable interpretation, and we would still be have available to us the state loan funds if necessary. Is that the assumption we're working on, that we've qualified for the state loans in case of a disaster?
Well, it takes 5 years to qualify for the loans, but we do have that money set aside now so that if we had a disaster, we could use it.
We're on track for the 5 years, but if we continue under our definition of the surplus, then you believe we'd qualify for the loans, doing what we're doing.
I'm not sure.
Because just to remind you, Councilor Fillmore, the other interpretation problem with the statute is, in my reading of the statute, it's not clear whether the 5 years is 5 years of putting a certain amount in or 5 years of having a certain balance. And if it's the second one, we're probably years away from getting to the balance that starts the 5 years.
Well, do we need to put a bee in somebody's bonnet up on the hill to get that clarified this session?
I suppose so. I don't know that at this point in time that there's much of a chance of it getting clarified this session, but we can certainly try to reach out to the people that, yeah.
My least from my perspective, I think we've got a really good start. I mean, we put a significant amount of money in this year, 234,000. I don't know if it makes sense to move this other portion into it. I think we ought to just wait and see what the state does. Just a thought.
Second question has to do with the administration's position on this. As I remember the debate a year ago or last fall was the relative prudence of putting more money in this limited fund that you can't take out for anything other than a disaster, or relying upon our general fund to deal with disasters. When that the administration wanted more flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, the state gives us the ability to go up to 35%. And so the money that's in that fund balance that goes up to the 35% can be used for emergencies. It can be used for unexpected shortfalls. It can be used for a variety of things where this is very restricted.
So I guess what I'm asking is whether the administration's position has changed, or do you still put a premium on the general fund money and the greater flexibility, as opposed to taking additional money and putting it out of reach for other purposes?
Yeah, and Mayor and I have talked about this.
Yeah, and I'm learning every day. I just met with Brian and had Brian walk me through some of it as well to try and figure this out. But I do know that after meeting with John multiple times over this, I think his preference would be to not put any more money in, but to keep it within our own house so that if we need it and we need it quick, we can get it.
To maintain that discretionary use. Right.
Yeah, and the nice thing about fund balance is that council is the one that approves whether we spend fund balance or not. It's in council's control.
I guess I just don't want to get down to the end of the road and find out we don't qualify for the state loans if we needed one in the case of a major disaster. But that's, as you say, that's a definitional conundrum that we can't solve on our own.
Yeah, and I will say that, I mean, as Cliff just pointed out, the staff up there has changed, but I think you, Councilor Fillmore, in previous discussions kind of articulated this idea or philosophy that surely if nobody else is participating, and if that's because there are problems with the program, and we start participating, that ought to count for something. And when they get it figured out, they ought to figure out how to give us credit for what we've tried to do. And the representative that we spoke with and the emergency management department staff that we spoke with were all very supportive of that idea. But of course they can't, I mean, some of the staff has already changed over and their support is not necessarily legally binding. But I think everybody's kind of working from that assumption. But you know, I think that's Mr. Borgett's point, is that the uncertainty is such that we've got money in there already, and the money that's in there is being invested in earning interest. But the question is, do you want to put more in the face of the uncertainty or not?
Well, I think any state agency would be hard pressed to deny our good faith compliance.
I agree with that.
Last question, your take on why our sales tax revenues are increasing significantly?
I think there's a lot of different components. I think number one, I think the stimulus money that's been provided, people have been spending. Number two, the state economy is strong and continues to outperform the national economy and do well. Number three, I think that online purchases continues to just become the new norm. And with us and our population and the way the city's set up, I think we benefit very large from online sales. And so I think it's just those three items. And then the other is just can't believe it, but just continues to happen. I worry though that you know, as we hear about these inflation reports and as we hear about some concerns that we might see that start to slow. And it will concern me, but I will say right now through November, which is the most recent month we've got, the first 5 months, we continue to see strong sales tax revenue coming from the state.
Okay. John, thanks for your answers. And I think I can speak on behalf of the entire council. We place a real premium on your competence and candor with us. We appreciate the great job you do.
Thank you, Jeff Fromore. Appreciate the compliment.
Thank you.
So first of all, Mr. Borgett, between those two numbers, just to clarify, what my intent was that number one. So we were thinking of, in a business sense, right? It would be your net income
Okay.
of between revenues and expenses for a year. We wouldn't worry about what was budgeted. We'd worry about what the actual results were after a year when we could look at it and say, okay, here was our net income. And so because of that, the idea was with the carryover portion and this portion, when you're taking that number, if we were to go through a recessionary cycle and have no net income, right? The city just had nothing surplus after a year because our expenses were so high, this wouldn't get funded at all. But in any year where we have what we had this last year, and probably will have this year, where there's a significant surplus, that we're making some kind of deposit into what I feel like is an important future issue. So in my world, it would be like creating an endowment, right? So we would have a fund where it's untouchable by future councils to do something frivolous, right? I think we can speak for us and say, well, we would never do that, right? We would never take money from the general fund and do something crazy. But, put it out 10 or 20 years and who knows what they're willing to do, right? So I actually like the idea of something that's untouchable by the council, except for very specific purposes. And I also like the idea, and it wasn't stated in the presentation, but the law actually provides for, and this is where the endowment part comes in, the law provides for 10% of this fund to come out every year for purposes of emergency preparedness. And the city already budgets some money for emergency preparedness. And my idea in all of this was to create, again, kind of this endowment pool of money that, yes, has a purpose for emergencies if that were to happen, but perhaps more importantly, it creates an expectation that every year the city is going to put deposits again into this idea of being more emergency prepared. If we go through a tough budget year, one of the first things to go in our city will be emergency preparedness. That's what you do, right? When you're having to make really tough cuts, you cut things that aren't necessary every year, but are future planning type elements. And so if you have this endowment of sorts, a pool of money that's getting some interest, and maybe at some point we're only even using the interest, on an annual basis and making these adjustments and improvements and investments into emergency preparedness for the city. But I just feel like that's perhaps the more important concept of this than the loans, and how the state figures out all their details, is having a fund that doesn't count towards general fund, is untouchable by future councils, but has to either go to disaster recovery or, like I say, this endowment of sorts and this investment of sorts on an annual basis, a commitment for our city to be very committed each year to put something towards emergency preparedness. So for me, if not in a year where we have big surpluses, I guess I look at it and say, we're gonna justify not funding this every year, right? We're gonna say, we had a great year. Yes, there are some circumstances where some of this money is going to be spoken for, obviously with inflation adjustments, but I think it was a very good year, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to make a down payment towards something that I think is a really important thing for our future. So while I respect, what you're saying about keeping flexibility, I also, in my world as a financial planner, flexibility is also a curse at some point, right? If you have the wrong people at some point as the decision makers, that can really hurt, what we're trying to do here. And I think the commitment on an annual basis, that 10%, is important enough that we can take that 10% and use it towards emergency preparedness. And good times or bad, good budgets or bad, I think is important enough to continue to fund this at a consistent level. So sorry for the soapbox. It's the most you'll ever hear from me in a meeting. But I do think this is pretty important.
What I would recommend in our 23 budget that we're starting to work on now, if the council's in agreement, just from my perspective, if we just put a net surplus rather than a revenue surplus, that would, because I'm an accountant, but yeah, so, okay, sounds good.
I have a quick question. So on that 10% that we can spend on ongoing things, we can budget that 10% and spend it, but still get credit for that in the fund?
So the fund, To get access to the loans, we don't know. The answer is we don't know. Because it's dependent on their definition of what percentage we had to be funding, and we just don't know they don't know what that definition was with the law. As far as the 10% that we could take out on an annual basis, it doesn't seem like that was the intent. It seems like their intent was, as long as the city is making a good faith effort to fund this at a certain level, we're willing to give them loans at a certain level and have the expectation that they can take 10% out a year for emergency preparedness expenses.
When I read though, I think though that to get the 10%, you have to put the specified percentage in the fund that year. But there is some guidelines there. So yeah.
Would it make sense just to wait until the state figures out, gives more clarity on everything, or?
I just don't think we're going to get clarity this year.
Right, but I mean, hold off on a year then?
I don't think, so my desire for this is independent of whether or not they clarify that or not. Because I think we're going to get good faith credit, if they do continue something, and if they don't, if they completely abolish the whole thing, I think it's a good program for the city to have a separate account for disaster specifically that can be used for a commitment to emergency preparedness on an annual basis.
I have just a sort of I don't know, I'm brainstorming here for just a moment, but I mean, and I really appreciated Mr. Shipley's perspective on this, which I think I agree with. I'm wondering though, with a little bit of uncertainty about whether or not we need to be quite this aggressive, if it makes sense to cap it, for this year. I mean, I know this is a surplus year, so I mean, hearing what you just said, I'm like, well, we should do something this year. If not this year, when? But given that uncertainty, maybe there's some reason to be just slightly less than perfectly aggressive and say, maybe we cap it at 500,000 total or 600,000 instead of 800,000 as it's, am I reading that right?
Would be if we took that, it would be if we took 2, but if we're interpreting it as 1, we'll end up just under 500 for the year. That will be total funded. And so I have no problem putting a cap. I guess my thought is.
Yeah, I was adding the 2 numbers together. Sorry.
So I have no problem having a cap. And again, this is not my decision, but my preference would be to say, there will be years where this won't get funded at all. Right. And so if we have a really good year and we're working on a percentage basis of income, I just feel comfortable saying if we're that prosperous, then we should make a bigger commitment to things like this.
I think that's the prudent way to go. Don't you, George?
Yeah, I was just thinking if it made everyone feel a little more comfortable with the uncertainties about the state, that we, hedged a little bit on the total commitment, but I'm fine with it at 10%. In any case,
it's an annual decision.
It's an annual decision, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Because we write it into the budget each year. I'll go ahead and just to wrap the discussion, remove the discussion, just make a motion that we go with option 1, the interpretation of option 1, and actually go through with the funding of that for the previous fiscal year.
Seconded by Mr. Fillmore. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor? Unanimous in the chamber. Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Hang in there, Mr. Borget.
I'm good. I was just making sure my troops were back there.
All right. So now we've got a 30, we're going to cut you to 25 minutes. All right. Because we're over by 5. We got a 25-minute discussion. A presentation regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget, finance and human resource previews, revenues, debt, workforce issues, etc. Take it away.
Thank you. So as the Director of Administrative Services, we're here to give you an opportunity to hear from finance and human resources. I'm going to just kind of talk briefly about some things that are going on in finance, and then I'm going to turn the time over to Dan Follett, who is going to kind of go over a debt summary for the city overall. It's very helpful. It's got all the information there for you to see where the city's debt is right now. Then after Dan, then Daniel Softly will walk through human resources, talk a little bit about the current labor market, some of the challenges, and kind of cover some key elements related to HR. So we'll get started. One of the things that's keeping us really busy, as each of you are likely aware, is federal funding. CARES Act, now ARPA, and all the guidelines and rules and things that are changing and whatnot. But we've been very busy watching it very closely. Crystal Howarth, who recently came to finance as a result of Kelsey moving in as the budget officer and controller, is our expert, and she attends seminars often and feel like we're very well versed and we're watching it closely. The other thing that's been nice is that with the ARPA funding, they got us the final guidance, and it wasn't as much all over the place as CARES was once we received that. As far as things that we do to comply with the general plan, we really focus a lot on transparency and reporting, specifically the annual budget, which we're working on right now, the 5-year annual CIP report, which we will be delivering to council on the 1st of March. So just a few weeks from now. We also work on 10-year projections, part of the annual budget, the quarterly report, which I will be presenting in tonight's council action agenda as a presentation. And then we strive to be open and transparent on our website. We have all of our financial reports and budget available. We also work with debt on continuing disclosure. We try to be open and receptive to questions. As far as supplemental requests, we did not have any supplemental requests last year as part of our budget. As we kind of looked at and evaluated areas in finance where we have additional needs, we don't, but there are going to be some, particularly with information systems, in a couple of weeks when they make their presentation to you. And with that, I am going to turn the time over to Dan Follett to go over the debt overview, and then we'll have Daniel Softly talk to you for a few minutes.
Thank you, John. Good. It looks like the council has the schedule with the debt information on it in front of them. So I will address that and speak to that for just a few minutes. This is the annual debt schedule presentation that we make to the council each year. The numbers in this tie to the June 30th, 2021 audited comprehensive annual financial report. I'll just go through a little bit what the columns and rows are. On the far left, the column is a description of what the bond is and generally what the project was that was funded with either the bond or the lease or the note payable. The first section is governmental activities, and the second section is business type activities consistent with how we report in the comprehensive annual financial report. These numbers tie to that report, as I mentioned, and in particular, note 8 of that financial report. Going across the columns, the next column is the principal balance. So as of June 30th, 2021, the principal balance is the principal amount outstanding that the city owes as of that date. And the next column is the annual payment. So that gives you a feel for what the annual payment looks like for each debt issuance that the city has outstanding at this point in time. The third column is the original issue amount. So if you compare the third column to the first column of numbers, it gives you a feel as to how far we've paid down a particular debt that's outstanding. The fourth column is the interest rate. That's the interest rate related to that particular debt issuance. The next column is the repayment term, and this is the original term. So for most of our bonds, that term is 20 years. for some of the capital leases, 7 or 8 years or less. The next column is the final maturity date, meaning the final date that we'll make a payment and pay off that debt in full. The following column is the payment funding source. So it gives you an idea of where we're actually drawing the funding from to make those payments each year. The next column is the call date or call feature. Call date is, for most bonds that we issue that are 20-year bonds, we guarantee the investor in the bond that we won't call those bonds or pay those bonds off early or refund or refinance those bonds for the first 10 years they're outstanding. And in return, investors are generally willing to give us a lower interest rate with that guarantee. So you can see there, if you see a date on a bond, that is the earliest date that we could pay that bond off early, or call it is the term. If there's a different feature other than a call date, we've listed that there. We have one bond outstanding that has a make whole feature that I can discuss if the council would like me to. We have a number of smaller issuances that are generally not publicly traded debt issuances. They have no prepayment penalty, and we can actually pay those off without penalty at any time throughout the issuance of the debt. The next column is the tax status, and what that refers to is you'll see it says tax exempt or taxable, and what that refers to is how the interest income that is received by the investor in the bond, how that's treated for tax for their personal or corporate tax purposes. In general, municipal bonds are exempt from federal tax if they're tax exempt bonds. And if the investor is also a taxpayer in the state of Utah, they're generally exempt from Utah state income tax also. And the reason that that's important is if the issuance is tax exempt, generally the investor is willing to accept a lower rate. In other words, we pay a lower rate on those bonds because they don't have to pay tax on the interest income. So you can see the list there. We have a couple that are taxable either because the project didn't qualify as a tax exempt project or there are subsidies related to the issuance of the bond. We've got some Build America bonds that fall into that category, and or they're issued by the State Water Quality Board, and they are considered taxable, although the rate is extremely competitive on that bond at 0.5%, 0.5%. The last section is the ratings, and for any of our publicly traded bonds, we receive ratings from either one or two of the rating agencies. There's 3 major rating agencies in the U.S., Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch are the rating agencies. And we've listed out the ratings for the rated issuances, debt issuances that Provo City has there. What I will mention is that all of those ratings are considered to be investment quality ratings, investment grade ratings, which are excellent ratings. Just to put things in perspective, for S&P and Fitch, the highest rating that they issue is AAA. That's considered the highest credit quality, minimum credit risk. The ones that you see that are rated AA, they're considered, that's the next step down, very high credit quality, very low credit risk. So all of the ratings that Provo have outstanding right now, with debt outstanding right now, again, are considered investment grade and represent the favorable manner in which Provo is operated today from an investment perspective. And then just to let you know, you get below, well, if you see anything with a C rating, which we don't have anything even close to that, that's typically someone in default. If it's a letter other than C, that means that they have defaulted on some of their financial obligations. And again, Provo has very high quality ratings. I will mention just a couple here real quick. The GO 2011 Rec Center bond, the first line item there. That was a bond that we did an advance refunding on in 2017. That advance refunding saved the property taxpayers in Provo about $2.8 million. Again, it was an advance refunding, meaning we could not pay off that bond yet in 2017 because the earliest call date that we could do that was January 1 of 2021. We actually paid it off in January 1 of 2021. So that bond is gone and is replaced with the $24,550,000 remaining balance bond that was issued in 2017. And you can see the rate went from 4.2% to 2.32%. So that was very beneficial to the taxpayers in Provo. The telecom bonds that are outstanding, in fact, 4 years from today, February 15th, 2026, we'll make the last payment on those bonds. There's $13.7 million outstanding there. We regularly track all of our issuances to ensure that if there's any refunding opportunities that would be beneficial to the city, that we take advantage of those. At present, between the rising rate environment and or some issuances, it's not advantageous to refund them either because of call features or there's such a minimal amount still outstanding that when you add the issuance cost in, it doesn't make sense to do it. There aren't any at present, but we continue to monitor that. I'll mention one other thing. We do capital leases, and some people say, why do we do capital leases? Why don't we do loans? We do capital leases because we can structure them as tax exempt leases and receive a more favorable interest rate on those. They work a little bit differently than typical, say, automobile lease. We actually own the property in each case at the end of the lease. It's not, we don't return the property at the end of the lease. So again, it's a way to structure it under the Internal Revenue Code to where it's tax exempt. I will turn it over to the council and invite any questions you may have. If you have questions later, I would welcome meeting with you at any time to discuss it.
So John, is there anybody else that's going to present for this section? Okay, so we still need to hear from Daniel. Okay. So we got about 10 minutes left and still one more presenter. Go ahead, Bill.
This is a quickie. We obviously have very good credit rating. AAA would be the best. What stands between us and a AAA rating?
So for sales tax revenue, we actually are AAA rated by S&P. The one thing that stands between us and a AAA rating on the other debt issuances we have is, in my opinion, strictly the size of our city, the size and diversification of our city. I think if we had a little bit larger population, a little bit more diverse economy, not that it's not very diverse now, but from a rating agency perspective, they're comparing us across the board to all other cities. I believe at present, the only city that has more AAA ratings than us in Utah right now is Salt Lake City. And again, it's because of their size.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks again for letting me come up and fill you in on what's going on in human resources. We're an internal service division of administrative services. I'll just cover our main objective in HR every year is to assist in the development of highly trained, competent, dedicated, and fairly compensated public employees. That's been kind of our mission statement that we've taken from the old Provo 2030 plan. That covers a lot of things, obviously. For sake of time, I won't go through them, but essentially every part of the employee's life in the city comes through HR to a certain degree. As far as the upcoming budget year, in answer to the council's questions, if you wanted to go to the next slide, John, I don't believe there's anything currently being unfunded or underfunded. We did not get any supplemental money last year, so I have nothing to report on there, and we're not going to be asking for any on this year. As far as our future goals and objectives, HR actually just completed a very significant project that unfortunately took several years, which was the implementation of a new HRIS information system. The Workday system was implemented in July. That is where most of our attention went over the last year and a half. We went successfully live in July and have continued to roll out and tweak and iron out little bugs and stuff as we go, but that has been a very highly successful project. It ties in, the reason I bring that up is it ties into kind of our future goals and objectives for this next year, which is to roll out the training module. Everything that we've done so far is the basics: get paid, look up your stuff, do all of your personnel actions. We are trying to enhance how we track our training, and so that we can enhance our training program in general. One of the areas in which we want to improve is in our supervisor training. These are things outside of normal compliance. These are leadership, coaching, how to do performance appraisals, how to handle difficult employees, how to, training on practical things such as using Workday, et cetera. Things that we believe every supervisor needs to have proficiency in. And so we'll be looking in the future of, as soon as we get the ability to track that on a more robust basis and to roll it out, then we'll be creating our courses and rolling that out. We don't believe that we need any additional budget at that time to do that. So, but that gives you an idea of kind of what we're working on. The question was asked, what are we looking for in this budget? Pretty much the same thing we look for every year. And that is continue to fund merit raises so that we can compensate employees so that we can attract and retain them to work in Provo City so that we have competent professionals that we send out into the city every day to meet the needs of the citizens. Funding grade study adjustments for those who are new, Rachel and Catrice. Those are on an annual basis. We go out and compare ourselves against other municipal agencies. We see where we rate, we see where we are vulnerable, and then we make adjustments accordingly. As is needed, we typically do that on an annual basis, but like I said, as needed, we may have to make adjustments during the year. These are usually in results of inability to attract or significant changes that happen over a period of time. For an example, in the last year, we made off-cycle adjustments to police, which thanks to you approved that appropriation. We've done that in the past for fire, and we've done it on smaller scales. Those ones required appropriations because of the size of those agencies, but on a smaller scale, we also do that and continue to do that. As far as I was asked to talk about workforce issues, we are now in, I can't even remember, year 2 or 3 of the pandemic. I think it's only 2. It seems like 3. But we continue to deal with COVID related issues. We are certainly down from our high point. I'm happy to report that we have not had issues where serious health of our employees has been compromised as a result of that. That being said, I believe we have our fair share of people who test positive, and that becomes a very challenging thing for the departments as we continue to isolate them from other employees and giving coverage. So we continue to do that, and hopefully, I don't know how many variants there can be. I've been told each one is less than the other one. We still take it very seriously though, and we'll continue to monitor that. As far as other workforce issues, right now, I think the biggest one, and probably the one that you're most interested in, is upward pressure on compensation for employees. As you're well aware, Utah has a very robust economy that has led to a very low unemployment rate. Historically, that means other agencies, other employers do what they can to attract talent, and they take it away from agencies like Provo and Orem and other agencies that have invested a lot of time in training their employees and getting them up to that level. And so that competitive labor market means we have to respond accordingly, not overreacting, but not underreacting at the same time, being responsible in our approach of how we deal with that. That has also contributed to rising cost of living. I think everyone is aware, if you drive a car or shop for food, the cost of that goes up as well. And so our challenge right now is how do we adequately address that? We have certain mechanisms in place. The grade study is one. There's really no science to this one. If you can't attract someone into a needed position, you have to look in whether that's a recruitment issue, whether that's a shortage of manpower, or what is it going to take to get an individual into that. Obviously, those types of decisions, every time you move compensation, affects the whole ecosystem of the city. And so we have to balance that responsibly. So that's sort of what we're up against in this next year. So does anyone have any questions of?
Just a quick question. So, so we made the one-time appropriation to kind of bridge through the fiscal year. Do you see significantly more pressure to do additional, or is that kind of set a good spot for the city to retain employees at this point? I mean, things are moving quickly, so I wouldn't expect that, for sure, but does it feel like it's moving again that fast?
If you're speaking of in that particular area, I think we're in a very good spot.
Okay.
As these other issues come up, and you are absolutely correct, they're somewhat difficult to predict because you may have a stable workforce of, say, 5 individuals in a unit, and then one of them leaves for whatever reason. And then when you try to go out and recruit from them is when you really start to see the pressure of whether or not you can do that. At that point, we have been fairly good at responding to those without needs of like a large appropriation. Usually there's vacancies that have been able to fill, so we managed to fund it with those unfilled vacancies and stuff like that. But we move, I would like to say that we're very mobile and very flexible in how we address those. So there are certain things that we obviously can do. We look at this every year. The grade study is a significant factor in making sure we don't fall too far behind, but then we have to take into account what everyone else may be doing. And as those vacancies occur, then we get a better sense of whether or not we can attract anybody to stay.
Are there any common complaints that are trickling up as far as benefits from the city, as far as other things that we could potentially give support as a council for you on? I mean,
I would say that the focus is largely on
just compensation,
hourly per rate.
Okay.
Our benefits, we do an annual review of those as well. We have tied those to performance in our utilization. And so if our utilization is less than what the national average is, those savings get pushed into the employees' pockets in the form of the HSA contribution. That has been really good at being a partner with employees and making sure that we're responsible in how we use our healthcare. So I don't really see a lot in there. Most of it is just what's going into the paycheck.
Thank you.
Well, just let me give you a hypothetical. Say the executive director of the city council just decided to betray us and leave us.
Yeah.
And it turns out that the city where he might go has a position that's identical to the one he's leaving behind. And we've learned that that position is paying quite a bit more than ours, for example. So this is actually immediately of concern to us. But this is to us only. Obviously, you're looking at the whole system. So you're saying it's sort of a case-by-case basis where we become aware of something like that? I mean, is there a way to anticipate enough so that, we're not constantly falling behind and then having to do emergency patchwork solutions?
There's a lot to that question.
And I was speaking hypothetically.
As far as the process goes, in that particular type of a scenario, hypothetical as it may be, is that would reach out to human resources, and we would sit down and take a look at the level of where that position is assigned. There's a lot of other factors that go into it. Particularly, I would say that the fewer of those types of positions that there are on the market, the more opportunity there for is to be larger divergences in how each agency values those. Those have to be weighed against other internal factors of other positions at that level. But the answer to your question is, in that situation, it's just a dialogue with HR to look at it and then make that decision. So. And then we'd kick them off our hockey team.
Well, I don't think there was any specific outcome you needed for this one though, right? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much to John and his group. We'll go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll see y'all back here soon.
Recording stopped.
Are you good? Are you gonna make a presentation or are you here to keep us safe? When they're one.
Recording in progress.
All right, everyone. Cruising right along here. We are back in business here. All right, so we've got a presentation regarding development services fiscal year 2023 budget. This is 30 minutes, so, Bill, save us a few for questions, of course. Bill Pepperoni, Development Services Director, will be presenting to us. This is just a presentation and discussion. It looks like, here we go.
Thank you, Councilman. It's good to be with you this afternoon. Before I get started, I'd like to give just a couple minutes of my time to our new parking manager, since most of you have not met him yet. Thomas Thorpe is recently with us, and he'll introduce himself and talk about his experience.
Good afternoon, councilors. As Bill said, my name is Thomas Thorpe. I've been in the parking industry for about 20 years now. I started in college to go to graduate school for free, and it kind of turned into a career. So I've worked in Southern California, in covering the counties of Riverside, and that's all the way from the Arizona border down towards Disneyland. I've covered parking in both the university setting and the municipal setting. I'm currently a member of the Southwest Parking Association, and it's kind of a unique career, but it's one of the big issues here in Provo, I understand. So I'm very excited. I've moved up from Phoenix. I'm excited to be here and excited to work with the citizens of Provo. Any questions? All right.
Just look forward to working with you. Welcome.
What am I doing? So you're seeing it on your computers, but it's not being projected?
Yeah.
Okay. So development services and community and neighborhood services are in the process of combining into one department. By the time we start the new fiscal year, we'll be one department, and by the time we move into the new city hall, we'll be one department. We're slowly making that migration. As I've prepared this presentation and thought about the remarks I wanted to make, I wanted to point out that if there's something controversial going on in the city, there's about an 80% chance it's going through the development services department. It's just kind of the nature of the being. And we just kind of learned that's just kind of the world we live in. Within the development services department, these are the divisions that exist. So this includes community neighborhoods and development services. So we have 8 divisions that you can see there, and we have 48 employees. During the break, I put into your places our organizational chart if you want to see how those 48 employees are used, but I won't go into that in detail. I'll just let you look at your org charts and ask any questions if you have any. I'm not going to go through all of our divisions because that would be an hour-long presentation. So I'm just doing highlights of those I think you're probably most interested in or hearing the most about. So in zoning enforcement, we have 8 employees. You can see how many cases that have been opened so far. We haven't finished the fiscal year yet, of course. So all these numbers are as of current date, but not through the end of the fiscal year. Some things that we're working on very steadily and regularly are contacting complainants within 24 hours of a complaint coming in. Once we've exhausted our resources and abilities, getting that case over to the legal department. We're working on making RDLs self-funding. We hope to be bringing you a proposal here soon that will make RDL licensing self-funding. And then the kind of first one and fourth one, we're emphasizing the most. That's just follow up. It seems like if you don't follow up, you just don't get the results you're looking for. So that's a big priority in all of our divisions. In current planning, we have 3 planners, and current planning has 4 boards or commissions they're over: the Design Review Committee, Planning Commission, Landmarks, and the Board of Adjustment. Some upcoming projects in 2023 we're anticipating will be the River District project. That's the one up at about 5600 North University. We're expecting 204 townhomes and about 225 square feet of office space. Villages of River's Edge, which used to be called the Mix, that's going to have 418 dwelling units and 88,000 square feet of commercial space. I think by the end of the summer, we'll be very excited about what that's turning into. I know it's been a bit of a mess this winter with not being able to continue construction during the winter months, but I think by the end of the summer, we'll see something that's looking much better and something we can be proud of. The commercial space has largely been leased up, so that's going to absorb pretty quickly or get built pretty quickly. The Bill Harris block, 471 units plus about 6,000 square feet of commercial space. And then commercial buildings we have coming in, BYU Arts Building, the rebuilt Provo LDS Temple, and the redevelopment of the City Hall block. This is where we're standing right now. In long range planning, we have 4 planners, and they concentrate on general plan, area and neighborhood plans. We have 2 sustainability committees, a citizen committee and an employee committee. We're constantly bringing to you code amendments. Largely those are cleanups where we're trying to get rid of internal inconsistencies, or we're trying to clarify sections that we tend to stub our toe over. So you'll notice on your agendas, it's not unusual at all for us to be initiating code amendments. In parking, we have 11 employees, 4 that are full-time and 7 that are part-time. So far this year, we've issued 11,700 citations. You can see what we've billed there: 574,000 in billed citations, 386,000 in collected. We've had 262 appeals, and we tend to get about 100 calls a month from 311. Parking is working on the Joaquin parking permit question. We're just about ready to send out the RFP for a bicycle and scooter contract. We've had scooters in the past, but not bicycles. This new RFP going out is requiring the provider to also provide bicycles in addition to scooters. Wayfinding is an ongoing effort. We're reevaluating all of our parking ratios. Some of our parking ratios are inconsistent. Some are based on gross square footage. Some are based on net square footage. Some of them just seem high to me. So we're going through and evaluating those and comparing those to other cities to see if there's places where we could make improvements or make it more consistent. Of course, there's ongoing enforcement of the permit areas and of the timed parking. I'm actually very proud of the work the parking enforcement section does. I'm proud of all the divisions, but parking, especially for the employees they've got, so many being part-time, I feel like we get a lot of bang for our buck. Some of those part-times positions aren't even, truly 20 hours a week. They're less than that because that's all we can get. So if you look at the hours being worked and the number of citations being written, I feel like we're doing really well. With building inspection has been very tough. We swim as hard as we can, and we barely keep our nose above water because it's very busy with the amount of building permits that we issue, the amount of inspections that we have to do every day. So we have a team that is working tirelessly. You can see how the building permits have escalated over the years, fairly consistent, but increasing by about 200 a year. And you can see how the valuations have crept up. 2021 is so high because of a lot of large projects that were issued building permits. One of the BYU building out on 9th East, it's another art building out on 900 East. The large project between 5th and 6th South and University, the Mill Race project. So some very big projects that pulled building permits, and that's why that number is as high as it is. economic development, I'll have Keith talk a little bit about that. They've worked on a lot of new things, and I'll have him go into those.
It's always a pleasure to be able to meet with you. I just need to ask your indulgence for a second because Bill won't do it himself and just tell you what an incredible director he is. He's got a phenomenal vision for our department and does an outstanding job pulling us all together. And I think he's done a great job pulling the departments together and kind of creating a pathway forward for us. So I just need to toot his horn because I know he won't do it. This year last year, we filled an economic development position that we had in the department, partially because trying to do economic development alone was difficult. And we hired Brent Garlick, who I've worked with before in West Valley City. He's a phenomenal individual. And Brent likes to be busy, which means I'm even busier than I thought I would be by having two of us. And so it's been outstanding having him on board. We hosted the first annual golf summit last year that many of you were aware of. A lot of that was an effort to try to find a way to talk about what's going on in Provo and invite kind of the movers and shakers in the economic development world to showcase that. It was an outstanding event. We've been trying to think of some way to do that in a COVID environment and couldn't figure out a way to do that in a closed room environment. And so it really came off very, very well and was very successful. We got a lot of incredible feedback about that. Another thing that we did is, as you all know, I think we all know because we live and work here, how incredible Provo is. But a lot of times that story goes untold. And so we launched what we're calling the Provo Advantage campaign. As we were talking about why Provo is so incredible, at one point, Brent Garlick said, there really is an advantage to being in Provo. And we just kind of coined that phrase because when you say the Provo Advantage, it kind of elicits in other people, what does that mean and what is that? And so we've kind of branded a whole campaign around that. And you'll see content that we're starting to release on a monthly basis, videos, demographic information, information about the projects that are happening in Provo, and reasons why living and working in Provo is a great decision for companies and for our residents. So we're sharing that we've got a list of about 365 movers and shakers and constituents and residents that we are sending that to and posting that on all of our social media channels just to talk about all the great things that are happening in Provo. We created a business directory with 355 key stakeholders, and that sounds insignificant, except that we really didn't have one. It was one of the big things that I suffered from during COVID was how to communicate with our businesses. We just didn't have a good contact list, so we put that together. We've conducted more than 30 business visits and 20 visits to influencers in our community, finalized the 4 sales tax reimbursement agreements that we brought before you guys for your support and your authorization. We created a business resource guide to inform new and existing businesses on resources that are available to them within our community and within Utah County as they're struggling with issues or trying to find resources to help them. We selected a developer partner that you were aware of, McQuinney, to help us with the redevelopment of the City Hall block, and are moving that process forward, which I think will really be a legacy opportunity for all of us to anchor our downtown environment and stabilize that for years and years to come. It's truly going to be a phenomenal opportunity. Ongoing efforts to address grocery demand on the south and the west sides of Provo, and ongoing efforts to revitalize the Provo Town Center Mall. And that's just a high-level list of some of the things that we're working on. And when we're done with Bill's presentation, I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
So upcoming issues or issues we're going to be dealing with in the next year and following years, housing needs. And I specifically said housing needs and not housing affordability because I feel like we have housing needs in several different markets or submarkets of the of housing in Provo City. It's been gratifying to me over years now how city councils in Provo, in the time I've been here, and it's almost 12 years, have never said, okay, we've done our share of affordable housing, we're now going to stop it or try to make that more difficult. And I think that's admirable of Provo. I feel like Provo has done its share of affordable housing over many years, and year by year, we continue to approve more. But affordable housing isn't the only housing need we have. In my opinion, we need all the single family lots we can get. You've seen in your reading of the general plan how 59% of our housing is rental stock. And that's fine, but it also, that has impacts on us economically in other areas. So housing needs is something we're going to continue to wrestle with. A BOE's housing policy, we don't know how that's going to unfold yet. We don't know how that's really going to affect us. So we're still waiting to see how that plays out and how we'll have to deal with that. We have parking permit areas. The Joaquin one will be a big area of discussion. That's going to have some budgetary impacts that I'll show you in just a minute. Infill development continues to be an issue in the city. How do we do that in a way that makes the most sense and fits in with the surrounding area in the best way? And then ADUs, I'm sure, will continue to be an issue. We talked to you, I believe, previously about our desire to actually draw plans for people to put detached ADUs in their yard. And the city would own those plans and we would give them out. We would make it more affordable and have an expedited process if somebody wanted to use one of our plans. Well, we've worked with or partnered with the Provo Housing Authority, and they're actually going to pay the bill on that. We're going to have use of the plans, we'll have access to them, but they're going to pay the bill. And the reason why they're willing to pay the bill is that they'd like to use those plans outside of Provo and other jurisdictions. They'd also like to approach people in Provo and other cities about how they could participate with them in building that detached unit in a way that would be more affordable and achievable for the property owner if that unit will really rent at an affordable price range. So the Provo Housing Authority, I think, is thinking of in some ways that are new to anything I've seen done in Utah that could pay some real dividends. With our upcoming needs, if Joaquin parking regulations pass, we believe we will need 2 full-time parking enforcement officers just in Joaquin. If we pass regulations like that and we don't have robust enforcement, we're just going to frustrate people. These are the costs that we're looking at for those 2 individuals in terms of salary and benefits, a vehicle and an LPR. The LPR is more than half the cost of the vehicle. The LPR, which is the technology to have it be able to read license plates, that's $45,000 just right there. Uniforms and the total, that's what kind of commitment we're looking for. That's the only increase in our budget that we're anticipating. And that would only be if the Joaquin parking regulations pass. Just wanted to make you aware of that as that debate continues, and we'll bring that back to you. That's all I have in the way of presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Hey, Bill, thanks. I know we don't want to go around and ticket people to try to foot the bill, but did we have a conversation in the past about whether the parking enforcement officers would kind of be self-funded, or?
They're very close to that.
Okay.
Yeah, what we bill, what we collect, well, what we bill and what we collect are slightly different. If we collected
Sure.
everything we billed, they would be, they'd cover their expenses.
Wow, it's a lot of tickets. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, I have a question.
Oh, didn't see that. Sorry, Counselor Ellsworth. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you say at the beginning of the presentation that the 2 departments were combining again?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious about this change in administrative policy. Was that a cost when it was, do we say decoupled or separated? And is there a cost associated with combining those?
There was certainly a cost to creating a new department. We're looking forward to those savings. So there'll actually be a savings to combine them back, which, in speaking with John Borgett, I think he's expressed to you, he's concerned about the budget for the upcoming year. And part of the way we're hoping to help that budget is by combining the departments and having some savings.
Okay. Can you talk us through why they were detached and why they're being combined?
I think they were detached to try to give specific emphasis to the development review process and trying to improve that. We feel like we have made substantial improvements. And so although there's always room for more improvement, we feel like we've achieved much of what we set out to do. So the need for the separate department isn't quite as distinct as it was a few years ago.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't realize you were online, Ms. Ellsworth. I would have emailed to you the organizational chart. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
Mr. Pepperoni, just a quick question about the housing. We still have talk in the general plan about a housing audit, which we've talked about for a while. Is that something that will need specific financing to make happen?
That probably would. The housing audit is a huge project. So I would like to do that in-house, but also if the general plan passes, even once that passes, it's going to cause a lot of additional work for the long-range planning team. All the neighborhood plans are going to have to be updated. We have neighborhoods asking for their plans to be done. So that group is going to be very busy. So as much as I'd like to do that in-house, that's probably something we would have to budget.
All right. Well, I would just, for one, express my hope that we can get that done and my support for getting the funding for it. If we need to make if it has to go back to us.
Thank you. When we did the Joaquin Master Plan, that was the very first neighborhood plan we did. We had an intern who was very good, and we had the budget to pay him. He spent the entire summer going lot by lot, building by building in the whole Joaquin neighborhood and classifying what was there on the ground, what was actually built. And that data was very helpful in writing the Joaquin plan. But that
takes a lot of work. Yeah.
Spent the entire summer doing that. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Okay, well, now we have a presentation regarding Provo City General Plan. This is part 3 of 3. And Hannah Salzel's back with us, the planner. Brandon's going to step up to the plate. All right. Brandon Larson is also a planner.
Brandon Larson, planner. Just a quick, just kind of a quick introduction here and kind of outline how we're going to kind of present this to you. So, yeah, we've come to you. This is our third time before you, kind of outlining what we have in the general plan currently. And so today we're going to go over, we intended to get through chapter 7 with you last time and didn't make it. So we'll go through chapter 7 and the implementation portion of the general plan. And so Hannah's going to go over chapter 7 and then I'll be here to take any comments and talk you through the implementation portion of it. So again, we're just as a reminder that we're kind of on a pause here with the general plan. We've I think we've identified a consultant, just trying to finish up that process, but I think we've identified a consultant to do the statistically valid survey. We're anticipating about 8 weeks to get that started and completed. So we're really pushing to try to get that done as quickly as possible. But we hope that through that process we'll be able to either validate that what we have currently is what we have in the general plan currently is the accurate voice of Provo residents, or maybe identify some things that maybe we need to look at a little closer. So in the meantime, we're just kind of keeping our hands off the general plan, and we're just going to kind of keep really focus on that survey and see where the citizens are at with the issues concerning the general plan. But I'll at this point turn over the time to Hannah.
Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate all the work you're doing on this. I think just a reminder, I think what we've been trying to do, at least the last meeting or two, is share feedback at a high level, as opposed to asking, in this meeting, can you change this sentence or that sentence? So we're kind of talking more about like, hey, are there big pieces missing, that sort of thing. Not that we can't share that feedback, but just in order to try to keep things moving along, that feedback can be shared via email and such afterwards. But basically this is kind of like a opportunity for us to provide high level, big picture feedback on these sections. So welcome, Hannah. Look forward to hearing what you have to say.
I'm essentially here to hear what you have to say on Chapter 7. I'll be taking Chapter 7, then passing it back to the rest of my team to go through the implementation matrix. But did anyone have any concerns about the city that leads, things you like, things you want changed?
Yeah, I think I said this before, but the CL4 encourage diversification of tax base and revenue streams through efficiency and proactive governance. I would just like to see more suggestions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I just wanna
definitely
make sure
have that flagged.
Okay. I just think that that's such a crucial component to our struggle as a city, given the demographics and, nature of our community. It's always been a hard one. And I think it's probably merits more creative. I don't have the solutions, so I don't have any suggestions of what actually needs to be in there. I'm just all ears about ideas that we could plan for to help improve that.
Yeah, that's something we're working on too.
Under CL3 too, I think we need to put in there that we actively need to work on messaging to BYU students particularly. So I know we're not allowed to advertise on campus and stuff like that, but I know in my talking to students, they don't know about anything, the service opportunities, the concerts, we have so many amenities, and I think things that they would join in on if they knew about it.
That's a really good point and something we've been working on, and this is a great place to bring that up. Anything else?
Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, just a quick note, Hannah, I sent you some detailed suggestions. I assume you received those, right?
Yes.
Good. I don't need to further comment then. I'll just look forward to discussing those with you in the future.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wow, Bill, showing us how it's done. Oh, man. I got to keep my eye on this. Counselor Ellsworth, go ahead.
Yeah, tell me if this is just too narrow of a topic and we can discuss it over email, but CL1, point B, says promote support and buy-in from necessary stakeholders to be successful in implementing strategies to reach targets. That's a little vague to me. What strategies and targets are we going after here? Just collaboration? It just seems like a bunch of buzzwords together. Tell me about that one.
Essentially, if you look at it's not in the document, but, or it's not in the short Chapter 7, but in the expanded matrix, the action for that is to coordinate actions with the Conservation Resiliency Plan. Essentially, there's a lot of great goals in the Conservation Resiliency Plan, but the problem with setting great goals is making sure that you have buy-in, that people support these goals, that you're following up regularly and making sure that happens. So that's the goal of that goal, essentially.
Okay. Maybe there's just some clarification. You could expand that sentence or connect it to A or something so it's more straightforward for simple people like me. I have another comment that's less about the specifics, if I can present that, and just generally about the general plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's pieces in here that I maybe don't like or maybe disagree with, and there's probably pieces in here that each of the counselors and the mayor dislike or disagree with. But my hope is that if each of us feels like we can support 80% of this or 90% of this, that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that if each of us feels like we can support 80 or 90% of this plan, then that represents a compromise, because there's some overlap where I agree with what you agree with, but maybe there's a little bit I like, that you don't like. And so just as we have future conversations, I hope that we can keep that in mind, that this plan will not meet 100% of my needs or likes or wants for the city. And it probably won't meet 100% of Councilor Hoban's wants for the city. But if we can all get on board with 80 or 90% of it and recognize that there has been a very robust public engagement process and that best practices have been implemented from A to Z, then I think we'll have an easier time navigating the adoption of this.
Thank you for that comment.
Just a quick question and maybe off track, but kind of high level. Have we determined how we're going to put together a survey, what the content's going to be, what kind of questions we're going to ask? Seems like critical to whether or not it's statistically significant or not. I mean, that's great. We keep referring to that, and I think that's important, but honestly, how we ask the questions and what we're soliciting from the public is way more important at this point. I feel like we're kind of spinning right now. If we're going to go out to the public and do something statistically significant, I'm just very curious in that. I think that process is really important, how we determine that.
Brandon's been taking point on working with that relationship with the contractors, so I'll let him answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We're still kind of at the process of trying to identify I think we've identified our consultant, but that is a very important part of getting this. The main point is to make sure we've got the voice of the citizens.
Is the idea though to kind of back up and just solicit what a general plan should be from citizens, or is it to have citizens review this plan and give feedback on this? What's specifically in this plan? Does that make sense? Or maybe some of both?
I think there may be a combination of both. Once we've entered into a contract with the consultant, we will start drafting questions. I think the council's talked about the desire to be made aware of that process, at least. And so we intend to make this kind of it's going to be a transparent process. We'll seek your feedback and feedback of the pertinent parties that should be involved. I think I'm looking honestly to the consultant to kind of guide us a little bit. Truthfully, I think one of the concerns staff has with what's happened so far is that we're not so sure that. I think there's some question whether or not the techniques and things that have been used thus far have given us an accurate snapshot of what the citizens want. And so I think we're looking to somebody who's a professional to kind of guide us in the questions and the things that we should be looking at. We're going to be identifying what they want from us as objectives initially as we get started with them. So we'll be looking for objectives. Haven't pinned those down yet. As soon as we get those objectives done, they're going to start drafting questions and then give them back to us to review. And we can certainly run those past you. But I think that we just want to make sure that we've have an accurate process to capture the voice of the citizens.
Is this a consultant that can go beyond online surveys? I mean, one of the feedback, I don't know if anybody else hears this, but one of the consistent feedback elements that I get if somebody's being critical of what they think is hey, for the folks who aren't online and for the folks who don't do electronic things, they feel like their opinions weren't really able to get brought in. So is it a consultant that has the ability to cross over into, traditional mail, whatever it needs to be to get to that?
It is.
Cross. Okay.
It is. It's from what I've been told, I reached out to 3 consultants and all 3 of them looked like they were going to start off with email, use that as their base. The consultant that we're thinking of using is one that would backfill their responses with mailings to kind of capture some of these people that maybe aren't as comfortable using technological technological devices. So, yeah, I'm glad that, I think all three of these consultants had the ability to use multiple ways to gather information. Pretty comfortable, honestly, with all three. I think all three have shown a high quality of work and shown that they would use industry standards to gather a statistically valid sample of the residents of Provo. So, but yeah, I think by next week, I'll probably have more information on how this is gonna all lay out. We haven't entered into a contract, so I don't want to get into all that yet, identify who it is, because we still haven't entered into a contract with them, but it's one that's familiar to the city, and I think we trust them. So,
okay, thank you.
We'll go to Counselor Hanley, then Counselor Ellsworth, and then Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, thank you. I just, maybe I'll repeat this again tonight for more of the public, but I feel like as former council chair in 2020, I probably should give some background and context that explains some features of the general plan that have become somewhat of a concern. Robert Mills consulted with, I don't know who else he consulted with, but I know he consulted with me about formation of committees. He was very intent on, and I gave him the instructions, and I know others gave him the same instructions, that we wanted a very balanced representation across the city. I believe that he did his very best. I think he ran into some challenges with COVID because it hit that year, and we were suddenly compromised in our ability to gather people. Some people, as far as I know, just simply didn't participate, even though they had agreed to, or that he had reached out. But in any case, the names that appear at the beginning of the general plan were not authors of any portion of this whatsoever. So there's a bit of a misperception that somehow this was written by a very small group of citizens. And as I looked through Appendix A in some detail again, I was reminded of how much effort had actually gone into getting some very good representational voices from across the city. You can read that in detail. In fact, all areas of the city were well represented, except for the southern part of the city, which was indicated south of Center Street, was the most underrepresented. So in some ways, there seems to be a perception that it was a very small group of people who didn't represent whatever the real perspective of Provo might be. I have no problem with going back and doing this in a better way and doing it more aggressively and more scientifically, but I do think it's a little bit of a disservice to the enormous effort that already went into this to imagine that somehow this wasn't participatory and this wasn't fairly done. It was a very rigorous process, and from what I understood, that data was gathered. It was the committees were used as sounding boards, but the staff and the consultants did the writing. And of course, we've been exercising our responsibility for many months now. We extended the process to do it even more. And so I think I'm just sorry that there's this perception that somehow the city is rushing through this and that somebody else is writing this for us in some way that doesn't respect or respond to public input. I think that's a unfortunate perception of what's actually happened. That said, if we're going to go forward, which it sounds like we are, with this kind of a survey, it does seem to me that we've already got really good questions in the appendix that were asked of the citizens. So one recommendation I would have is start there. There's nothing wrong with asking those same questions, but in a more scientifically rigorous way, getting even clearer answers to them. Because I thought the question, I mean, I'm not a survey expert, so I don't know if there's some problems with some of those questions or if they were leading or whatever. But generally, it seems to me that if, from my perspective, I would know how to use this new data better if it were somehow in relationship to what we've already done and what we've already got. If it's asking radically new questions, it's suddenly new data that I don't know how to use with regard to the document that we have before us. And I don't want this to slow down this process so much that we, end up spending another year on this thing when the whole point of going with the consultants was to expedite the process and not drag it out, and not, by the way, write it by committee. Just for some perspective, I was part of the 2004 rewrite of the general plan, and that was written by committee. I know because after I was elected, I remember having a sentence I wrote quoted during a city council meeting. It was a very proud moment. I thought, oh, well, something I wrote made it into the general plan and was useful, but that's not the way to do it, right? It was huge committees with people writing all kinds of things, and the thing was very bloated, lots of overlapping and contradictory goals, and it wasn't a very effective process. So that was why we went with this decision to go with external consultants, not so that we would, have a document that didn't reflect our community, but so that we could have, what I really like about this document is that and I would assume it's based on templates that they've used elsewhere, is it's very readable, it's very actionable. And maybe I'm moving ahead to our discussion about implementation portion of this, but I think that portion is also extremely helpful. So, but it doesn't feel so narrow, and it doesn't feel super binding. Obviously, it's got areas that it needs to be improved on, and as we move forward, but I think we're awfully close. And so I'm just a little concerned that I hope this survey is reassuring to people, and I hope that it will make this better, but I hope that it will also not, significantly delay us in the process. I have a couple of comments about implementation section, but maybe that's for Melissa in a moment, or I don't know what the.
I can speak to implementation. That's I'm here.
Okay. I'll just add two quick comments. One is the diversity and inclusion effort that is mentioned. And I know there's been some other opinions about this from other counselors. This is on page 68, develop a diversity and inclusion advisory committee. I actually thought the definition of what a general plan is in the general plan is very clear. It's primarily for land use, but it is also to help the community achieve its goals for a healthier democracy and a more inclusive community. Better access to services for the entire community. So I don't think that is inappropriate for this plan. I think it's actually very important. There's virtually no large-scale business anywhere right now that's not doing something similar. Virtually every university in the country is doing this. Government agencies are doing this. And if we want to be serious about transparency and representativeness in the city, I think that's a really crucial component. And the general plan also addresses community history and culture. And to the degree that it needs improvement to do that better, great. But I don't think it's inappropriate that we have that in the plan. And also on page 70, this is actually the implementation matrix for stewardship of the outdoors, and it mentions trails. But the Foothills Committee has just received a proposed plan for trails from the Utah Valley Trails Alliance that we're in the process of bringing to a work meeting to discuss. I don't know if it needs to be mentioned by name there, but the idea of having a general trail plan maybe should be. I don't know if you have to mention that particular plan, but I think my hope is that we would adopt something close to what is being proposed so that it guides Parks and Rec and it guides development questions and all kinds of related issues as we move forward. It's very clear that our natural resources are a massively important attraction for businesses, for people to want to move here. That's one of the number one reasons why people want to live here are those kinds of amenities. So I'd like to make sure that we take trail planning seriously. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. And I
Thanks,
guess
George.
Quick response to that. We do plan, that was my first hunch, was to use take a look at the old questions, and time is of the essence in this case. I've let the consultants that I've contacted, made them aware of how important it is to move on this quickly.
Well, let's go to Councilor Ellsworth and then Whipple and then Fillmore.
Thanks. I agree with Councilor Handley I don't know exactly why we are doing a like a statistical survey. I don't oppose it. I'm just never really got a great rationale for why that's necessary. And let's go forward with it if that's what folks need. But I just hope at the end of that process that we're not still left with too much skepticism. It's easy to follow some of these national news articles about different states that are kind of taking some unusual measures to verify their elections. And if we can kind of make that parallel into this plan, I think we had a good process. I think we've had a good process. I think we've had a lot of input, and there might be a couple of hiccups here and there, but I don't know if we need a full-scale forensic audit for this general plan. And so if folks are concerned about that, let's just think about what it looks like to get this across the finish line, right? How can we complete this in an agreeable way without overwhelming delays and find some compromise and some common ground to get this over the finish line? I am of the camp that we don't need a full-scale forensic audit for the general plan public engagement. And then just along those lines, the question I have is what might occur is if there is a statistical survey and folks in the community want something that is opposed to professional best practices. How would staff or the consultant reconcile that?
Well, we would, so as we dive into the comments and either validate the what's in the general plan. If we find, I think we'll be looking to the council and the administration for how they'd like staff to proceed. I think that what I'm told is once this process is done, survey process, I think that it sounds like the consultant will make a presentation to the council. And so then I envision feedback from the council on how to proceed. So, but it is possible that we may get feedback that runs a bit counter to some of the things in there. If we do, we'll look to you guys to the council for feedback on how to proceed, and we'll consult with Bill Pepperoni and with the administration. So.
Okay, I'll just add that I hope staff and the administration and the council is thinking about how we can get this over the finish line and not make the last 5% of the plan equate to 40% of the timeline.
No, our desire, I don't know of anybody who wants to drag this out, not staff, I'm not aware of anybody. We anticipate getting this done, the survey done in approximately 8 weeks, and then make any changes necessary, or just move forward what we have and get this to the finish line. Like you said, I think everybody I'm aware of is eager to get this thing to the finish line. So.
Thank you. I want to thank George for talking through the history of how engagement happened beforehand. I was one of the people who was engaged in that, and I represent that underrepresented southern part of the city based on the areas. Something that I'm concerned about with getting a statistically valid sample of the Provo City population is that you will be getting people who haven't been thinking through these issues. The earlier input was from people who were thinking long-term, who'd already engaged and had vision for the city, which is what we wanted. And if we are more statistically valid, we may be soliciting opinions from people who have not yet formed any opinions, who haven't thought about long-term things at all. And so I don't know that the quality of all of those responses they just may not be focused on long-term issues or planning issues. But I think if we start with the same questions from the appendix, move that as the base so that at least we're trying to get them into the right page and right frame of mind as they're looking at it, that will be good. But I certainly don't want to do anything that would devalue the input that's already been given and the enormous amount of time that people gave to help develop the plan, both staff and consultants and the people who took time, and it was hours attending these meetings and giving input.
Right. Thank you.
Let me be judicious in my comments here. I'll be brief. I'm getting all kinds of letters, responses, emails from people around the city who have now read the general plan draft and saying, what the heck? Where they perceive that things are being stated as if it corresponds to the majority will of the citizenry. And they think that's counterintuitive to how they perceive things. There's a sense that the input was narrow and skewered somewhat. That may be wrong, but I think we owe it to them to do a broader survey that's scientifically legitimate and may turn out the same as some of the city polls we've done. But if it doesn't, we owe it to our citizens to make sure that we've really sounded them out. Councillor Whipple indicates the traditional dilemma of a democracy, right? That people vote on things with various levels of expertise and knowledge. And we can't do much about that, but one of the things we can do in connection with the survey is try to educate our people on some of these issues. Maybe the survey could be coupled with some informational elements so that we ameliorate to some extent the concern expressed. But I think it's worthwhile to go through this survey process so we can have a little more confidence in the input we're basing things on and minimize the citizens, the sense among some citizens that maybe some biases from here and there govern the input more than maybe they ought to have. Also, there's I see we seem to be operating on some implied assumption that we're under some kind of time pressure here. I'm not aware of any statutory deadline, not aware of any axe over our heads to get this done immediately. I think we ought to take our time and do it right. That's my opinion. I've made a good many comments on the plan. They come from my perspective and that of the people who are contacting me. And I'm glad that staff has the benefit of those comments. Don't need to belabor them here today. I'll continue to offer comments, but I think it's really important that when we're done with this process, we have a sense that we really did sound out our citizens and we did our best to educate them on the issues so that we don't have some kind of backlash 6 months from now and saying, what have you done?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would say my understanding why we're doing a survey is just to make sure that the things that we're focused on in the general plan align with the things that are important to the people of Provo. And I guess I would also say, yeah, I didn't feel like there's a real sense of urgency. Not that we want to drag it out, but that there's a specific deadline, unless I misunderstood. I know that we want to pay the consultant. They want to get paid and move on. They want to close this off, out on their books. So I get that there's some urgency. I guess I didn't feel like we needed to put some sort of deadline on ourselves. I'm just expressing, hey, from my perspective, don't feel too much pressure, but I'm only one person. I think when we talk about statistically significant, so I think the questions in the appendix are great, and I appreciate whoever put them together. I'm sure it was a committee of a lot of people working hard on it. But I just look at like a question like, what would you like to see in the future of Provo? You got sustainability, transportation, housing affordability, balanced growth, outdoor recreation, and then other. And under other, if you go to the kind of definition, it says education, agriculture, safety. I don't know about you, but those are like 3 topics that are I think people might prioritize like on the west side, it might say 1, 2, and 3, right? So I think statistically significant, somebody who's trained to do surveys is going to look at that and say, okay, maybe those should be broken out. And, so that's how I'm viewing the importance of a survey that's done by an outside group who's trained to do it. And I don't know, that's kind of how I'm viewing things as far as why it's important to do it. And so I'm just saying I'm supportive of the approach. And again, appreciate all the work done by everyone, both in the community and on the staff. We are getting close to being, I guess, running out of time on this, but we do have a few more minutes. Any final thoughts by anyone? Councilor McKay?
I'll just send you an email.
Okay.
With the details. I was curious with the with the number of people who did comment or were involved. Is that by name, or could the same person have been at 2 or 3 meetings and been counted 3 times? I'm wondering about that.
That's a good question. I don't know if Hannah or Melissa knows anything about that. I know that we had 2 main, we had an open city hall survey, and we didn't get a lot of great response on that. I think we had like 42 responses, and I'm not entirely sure if somebody could go back in and give it, a second response. The second the first and second surveys that I'm aware of were a lot more. There was a lot more participation. I think there was 450 responses to that one, and then 900 and some odd on the second one. So there was a lot of feedback, but I'm not sure if it was set up to negate those repeat comments. I know that this statistically valid survey will negate those in any repeat responders.
Yeah. So within the same survey, no, it was not possible for one person to respond twice. One person could have taken both surveys twice.
That's what I was
Given the
thinking.
high volume of respondents, it is very unlikely that happened in any sort of number that would be significant enough to tip the overall percentages.
All right, Brandon, I think we're going to let you off the hot seat. Appreciate your time and all the work on it. And looking forward to just seeing the results of all this and keeping the process moving forward.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to that too, and looking forward to getting you guys some information on this process here shortly. So,
thanks. All right, folks, we are at a discussion regarding the creation of an ad hoc committee for the recruitment and hiring of a new executive director of the council. Cliff, are you going to be presenting this?
Yes,
All right.
but I'll do my best to keep it brief.
All right. Well,
First of all, at the risk of speechifying, I just simply want to tell the council and our staff that the past 6 years have been a real honor to work with the councils that I've worked with and the employees of this great city. And it's I'm sad to leave, but happy for my new opportunity. And you have a tremendous staff here, and I hope you will always support them and as they support you. Let me say this. My last day is Monday, February 28th. In the meantime, we've already put out a posting. It's out already on the city's website, the ULCT city, job bank, and the ICMA job board. We've distributed it through BYU's MPA program for any of their experienced graduates who might be interested in coming here. I also have plans to send it out up to the state level to the Legislative Fiscal Analyst Office and the legislative research folks as well, just to get some broad exposure for it. But the process you're really interested in today is set out in state and city code and in your council handbook. You are authorized by the code to appoint legislative staff, and that includes the executive director. And so the executive director process shall be established by establishing an ad hoc hiring committee that determines the steps to recruit and select candidates that shall be approved by the council in a work meeting. These processes may include other mechanisms beyond standard city hiring practices. Any council member desiring to be part of the final candidate interviews and evaluation are permitted to do so. And that's about as directive instructions as you've got. After that, you can be fairly creative. So in talking with leadership and starting to lay out some elements of a process, your council chairs, Travis Hoban and George Hanley, have suggested, and they emailed you yesterday, suggested that that a process committee would be created to plan for a fair and efficient hiring process. They've expressed that the two of them and Shannon Ellsworth would be a committee and that they would work with you to establish the process. So they're not, they may start the sorting process and they may, lay out the timing of things. But the council as a whole has the right to participate in those interviews and such. So the request today is simply to authorize an ad hoc committee to be created to determine the steps to recruit and select candidates and to appoint Travis Hoban, George Hanley, and Shannon Ellsworth as the committee members.
Thanks, Cliff. And I think I just want to make sure everyone's aware, we're just trying to get a committee going to just create a process so we can get going because none of us can really get going until we've gone through this hoop. And the process, obviously all of you will be able to participate in the actual hiring committee, so to speak. So, and also for this specific process, though we only have 3 on the committee, anyone is welcome to help guide, hey, I think like when I was talking to Councilor Ellsworth about this, she immediately said, well, let's try to find a way to eliminate bias as we're reviewing resumes. We can mask identifying information, things like that. I thought that was a great idea. And that's why I said, you should probably help us on this committee because you think about stuff like that. But so obviously everyone's going to participate. We just, for the sake of let's just get going, we just wanted to kind of throw out, here's what we're thinking. So I guess I'll make that motion that we establish the committee with those 3 members, George Hanley, Travis Hoban, and Shannon Ellsworth. We have to have a purpose statement, right? And is that drafted? To determine the steps to recruit and select candidates. Simple enough. So I'll make that motion. Second the motion. And then,
Brian would like you to designate a chair for that.
I think just as leadership, we had just thought about me as chair and, okay. With Travis Hoban as chair. And then feel free to just, seconded by Councilor Shipley. And so feel free if anyone has any concerns or thoughts or feedback or I'm trying to be extra cautious because I kind of feel like I'm like pushing this through, but we're pushing it through just for the sake of like, we want to really get going and get moving because this is probably going to be a process that takes 2 or 3 months overall.
Sure. So you'll come back with recommendations to us on the process, right?
Yes, but also feel free in the meantime, send us recommendations as well. So, yeah.
It's important to remember that as part of the process, this really is an administrative process. So you don't need to have meetings on formal meetings on it or anything like that. You just can work through and just keep communicating with the council. When you get to a point where you want to interview, I think the practice last time was to go into a closed meeting and hold your interviews with the panelists or with the candidates that you select. And Brian may have some other thoughts on that.
Well, I don't think we ever, I guess it depends on what you mean by an interview. I don't think the last times that we ever did what I would consider interviews in closed session, because we never did interviews with a group of more than 3 counselors. There's actually been a change to state law just in the last couple of years that prohibits doing interviews in closed meeting. So we'll just need to clarify, that'll need to be part of the discussion about the process.
Yeah, and I thought you were saying that maybe discussing the candidates like after the interview, that can be done in like a closed meeting.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, that would qualify as character and competence. It's just the interview itself that can't
Yeah.
take place anymore.
Okay.
An open meeting or just an interview?
Well, that's why I would advise that's why I would say the interview should probably have no more than 3 counselors. And then you've got to figure out how to structure the counselors so that that's the case. Well, I'm saying if there, how about I advise the committee about this offline? I think that's probably a better idea than having this discussion in the open meeting. We'll just have to be careful about the rules for that.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that we're real clear on that. And there might be ways for council members to participate by watching, but not actually be in the meeting. That would be interesting as well. Okay. Yes, Mr. Shipley.
The only thought I have today that to add to this conversation is that maybe one of the first things the committee should do is talk to Daniel Softly about the comp. Just make sure it's in line, make sure if we need to adjust to get the right candidates that we do that before we go down the road of trying to get them before we actually adjust it.
Agreed.
Get that pay high enough, I might apply. Yes, Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I just want to make a brief comment about Cliff's service for a minute. One thing I really regret about him leaving is that the new counselors will not have the benefit of having his wisdom and guidance over the course of the next year or two, because I don't know, maybe I'm a slow learner, but it took me a couple of years to get my feet under me. And I also benefited for a full year being chair, working very closely with Cliff. And that's another thing I feel badly that Travis won't have the advantage of, because I mean, I've said this often. I mean, I say this about all of our staff, not just Cliff, but I mean, when people ask what it's like to serve on the city council, I say, well, you know, if you didn't have good staff, you'd be completely it'd be a complete disaster. And I feel like on this dais, Cliff and Brian both are just such wise and helpful so wise and helpful in their advice to us, and in their sense of process and in their creativity and thinking of solutions when we find ourselves at a dead end. So anyway, I know that we're all eager to make sure that we find someone who can do their very best to fill some very big shoes, but I'm just very appreciative of Cliff's work.
Can I add to that? I won't go so far as George's earlier comment to say with a wink that you betrayed us, but we're going to miss you a lot, Cliff. And I was listing some traits we'd like to see in a new director. You know, experienced, knowledgeable, good people skills, honest, open. At the bottom, I just put, therefore, clone Cliff. And so you don't have a brother or a cousin or something, do you?
He drives a bus.
Anyway, good. We'll look forward to what the committee comes back with.
All right. Wait, we didn't vote on that yet. All right. So the motion was seconded, and we've had a discussion, and now we will vote on the motion. All in favor? It's unanimous in the chamber. Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous. All right, now on to the next piece. This will be presented by Cliff as well. This is a discussion regarding redistricting adjustments to Provo City School District maps. This will be the last item.
Is this supposed to work on here? I'll just sit up here since I can't.
Yeah, this will be the last item, and we do have a closed meeting scheduled for 4:15. So we'll proceed.
Council members, I'm a little dismayed that Daniel's going to kick me off the hockey team that has 6 city employees on it, and a little concerned about that. One of the most enjoyable activities I think I've ever done, and surprisingly, has been this redistricting process. It happens every 10 years, and it's the first time I've had an opportunity to do it. And I think our team is pretty united in how much fun we've had with it, and supporting you on that. So we just wanted to give you an update where we're at, and hope you will select a map and so we can get an ordinance adopted today. What's that? So just for mostly for public consumption here, but we had established some criteria. We asked you to weight your preferences about those criteria. Based on your criteria, we came up with 12 top maps, and we took, I think, 6 or 7 and sent them over to the school board and said, here's the maps the council prefers. The school board then didn't really do anything. We tried to do the weighting with them, the weighted measurement that they did, and not everybody participated, so we discarded that. What they actually did was went through all 105, and they were asked to come forward with their top 5 map choices. And then at the end of that, they discussed all of them. You would have seen, I believe, a couple of emails from Karen the last couple of days on this. But the 4 maps that they recommended in order of preference, we've read, because there were so many different names, we just randomized the names into letters. So maps W, E, N, and T were their 4 favorites. They had expressed in the discussion, because it keeps coming up in various conversations, they didn't seem to be interested in forming a West Side district. The council's own weighting had that as a light preference. So then we put it out for about a week on Open City Hall. 31 surveys were completed. We asked them to rank people, to do a survey and rank them in first, second, and third. And while maps W and N had the most first place votes, when you collated the 3 of them, maps W, E, and N were the preferred from the public. Councilor Ellsworth?
I was just going to ask if that's a statistically verifiable survey.
No.
All right, thanks.
But it does indicate that, some people express interest, and we don't know how it was promoted or whatever, but people had a chance to weigh in. And one thing that was unique about our process, as we've mentioned before, is that we had that application up on the website, the city's website, where people drew 105 maps. And admittedly, some were drawn by, some people drew lots of maps, and some people drew 1 map. And anyway, it's been a good process. So let me just walk through the maps that are on the finalist maps. Map C, as you can see on the screen, 2 or more public schools in each district. 2 incumbent members, board members end up in 1 district. Half of West Provo is in 1 district, and most districts are compact, and 91% of the district is what was in the previous district. So one of the things I want to mention just on the school board members. So the state law has a process that if you are an elected official on the school board, and the same works, I think, with the council, is that if you find yourself suddenly in a new district where there's 2 of you and you still have existing time, lots will be drawn, and then somebody will get that position. The others will remain at large until the end of their term, is how that works. So nobody gets kicked off the board if they get combined, but eventually there will have to be some kind of competition. Map E, 2 or more public schools in 5 districts, with 1 school in each in 2 districts. No incumbent school board members are displaced. Most of West Provo is in 1 district. All districts are compact and 91% core preservation. Map H, similarly, 2 more public schools in each district. 2 incumbent members do get combined. Most of West Provo is in 1 district. All districts are compact and 82% core preservation. Map N, 2 or more public schools in each district. 2 incumbent members get combined. Most of West Provo is in 1 district. This is one of a couple of 3 maps that have the highest proportion of West Provo in 1 district. Most districts are compact and 84% core preservation. Map R, 2 or more public schools in each district. 2 incumbent members end up in the same district. Most of West Provo is in 1 district. Most districts are compact, 81% core preservation. So just for comparison, those sound almost exactly the same, and they really are the mostly changes. The biggest changes on those 2 are in the top, the upper right-hand corner. Okay, so map T, 2 or more public schools in each district. No board members displaced. Most of West Provo is in one district. Most districts are compact, and again, 84%. Map W, 2 or more public schools in 6 districts with 1 school in 1 district. No incumbents are displaced. Half of West Provo is in 1 district. All districts are compact, 91% core preservation. When you combine all the various rankings, the blue on this screen is how council rated them, and you can see they're fairly even. When you took the school board, 4 emerged from that, and then even with Open City Hall, there seemed to be a definite preference for 3 of those. Today, you need to make some decisions. You can either narrow it down and have more discussion later, or you can narrow it, pick a map, and we'll insert it into a resolution for the 3rd item on tonight's agenda. We have to get, we'll have the ordinance ready for signing by the mayor and by the chair, because we need to get the information by Thursday, both the map files and the actual ordinance and such to the county, the State Geospatial Resource Center, and get that in time for the school boards to have their elections coming up. So, any questions?
Basically, we need to pick a map tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Can I see that? I liked that. Yes, right there. So, unless the council thinks they know better than the school board, maybe we should look at maps where we both prioritize, right? So those would be W, E, N, and T.
So I've got them in alphabetical order. So map W was this one. It's got well, you can read it. Now skip back to number E.
I just want to thank Karen for putting together these summaries. Very useful.
I can tell you this was a real team effort, and people came up with ideas how to do it, and very much appreciated the collaboration that happened in our office to try and piece this together. So that's E. We'll scroll back to N.
This is like when I go to the eye doctor, like A or B better, B or C better.
And then there's T. And so I guess if you start comparing them, T and let's see, the 3 that have the question came up a number of times about what to do about the West. Some people wanted a West District, but it seemed to be a small group of people preferring that. This one you've heard about. The school board actually didn't do anything, but this was the highest ranked West Side district that you've got on the list. It's very similar to another, but instead of having some bleed over, the central feature on this one is that the West has 1 district.
Is that similar to any of the W, E, N, or T ones?
No, but also let me go back through some of those. So if you wanted to go heavy on the school board, on the West Side, so if you look, C and E are pretty much split at Center Street. Map H goes into Fort Utah and still some of Franklin. Map N and the next map, RT, have the highest percentage, and you'll see that Lakewood is matched up with Grandview basically.
Sorry, which 2 have the highest percentage of the West?
Of the West, map N, map R,
and
map T.
Okay. Could I'm just going to throw out some input here. I'm trying to balance my desire to give the West good representation with some concerns I have about my own district. And N and T are the only 2 maps on here that divide up Wasatch School in a really unnatural way, which I think I don't prefer. So N and T would, in my mind, be my least preferred of the finalists here. R has good, it seems like robust West Side representation, but it doesn't create that problem for my district. That said, I like W and I like E and I like C. Those all seem acceptable to me. I'd like to hear more about why one might be strongly preferred over another. Right. But I have a strong you know, and I don't want to, I don't know what's the right word, not antipathy. I have a strong feeling that I would not prefer T and N for the reasons that I mentioned.
Okay. One suggestion I had, and Councilor Ellsworth, your hand is still up. I don't know if that's just from before.
No, I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
I think I'm looking at Provo Peaks Elementary. That's on kind of a three-way intersection of three districts. Is that right?
And which one?
I'm looking at map T.
Okay.
That's on the screen, and Provo Peaks Elementary. Is that at a three-way intersection of three districts?
Looks like it, yeah.
Is there a map where Provo Peaks is not like right on the boundary of two? Is there a part where it's like actually more encompassed within a district, or
No,
in every situation it's
in every situation is, and Karen's, it's part of it's the precinct borders, and that makes it a challenge. So it's always going to be on the corner of something. The other part really is when you're trying to balance out the numbers of where, you know, where the boundaries are, there's only so many places you can split them in a way that makes some sense. So Karen is most familiar with all the intricacies of the various maps.
Yeah.
Way to put you on the spot, right?
The tough thing with Provo Peaks is that where it lands is based on the side of the street that it's on. And I was familiar with that. So that was an easier one to place, but yeah. And the school board members, as I mentioned in my memo, their biggest concern seemed to come down to just representation of schools in general. When the West Side issue was brought up, they thought it was better to provide more representation from the West Side for the various schools rather than to have a large chunk providing only one representative. So that was one of the bigger things that came out. They also wanted to divide the student population more so that you didn't have a huge chunk of students grouped with an elementary school.
What kind of students are you talking about there?
College students, yes. So their concern was because we have that massive precinct of BYU students, and it does include some residential area and everything, but because that one was so hard to manage and it kept getting grouped with Wasatch or another elementary school, they were just worried about not having enough really great representation for those elementary schools. And one of the tougher things too is when you have two schools that are moving into different precincts in the next few years, had to try to factor that in as well.
Aaron, sorry. Can I ask this, Karen? Oh, with map H up there and Provo Peaks and Provost are both kind of on these boundaries, and they're kind of split right between two districts. I'm trying to think through that. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Or is that a pros and cons neutral sort of thing? Like, does that bring more representation or less representation? Are people left out? Like, because it looks weird on a map, but I don't know how in practice that could play out.
Can I offer a commentary on that?
Sure.
It comes down to the same question we have on just about any way of splitting the map, right? Sometimes you're going to have multiple people representing an area that feeds into a school in this case, right? Just like it's kind of the same question we had on the west side, that there's always going to be some pros and cons. There's probably going to be some winners and losers in terms of how things lay out. And not one of these maps does those two schools end up inside or in the center of a district, right? It's always on the periphery. And in one case, I think it's one of these maps has it's actually in the 3rd district. And that one, map E, it's in the 3rd district, and District 2 only has one school. So,
well, the other difficulty is trying to balance the population because there are higher population centers in the city. And I know some of the concern with how to manage that population. The school board members mentioned that in the end, they divide up the schools. You know, if it's uneven naturally based on the districts, they will reorganize who represents what. And that's currently what they're doing, because I noticed there were some that took on schools that were not in their district areas. So they will accommodate. But the four they mentioned, the four that they listed as preferences, they were happy with those selections overall.
So I suggested to Karen that she put together this, a new display of these rankings so you could see how they all ranked, you know, comparatively, and number of schools per district, that kind of thing. I had suggested to Chair Hoban that perhaps one of the ways you could come to a decision is that each one of you state the map you prefer. And if you get to a point where you have 4 maps, then you've got your number. If you don't, that's just one way of doing it. But
Yeah, my guess is it doesn't seem like everybody's ready to jump up and say, this is my favorite map. So I think what we need to do is we need to get to to our closed meeting, and then we need to make sure that's quick. And then everybody's got 15, 20 minutes before the meeting starts. Look through the maps and pick your favorite one and be prepared to come tonight and say why you like that map and plead your case.
We have
I
3
suggest
minutes.
we have those physical copies of the map.
we'll print out these slides for the maps and give each one of you, so you have time over the next hour to think about it. But do come back prepared to know what your first and second are. But I would suggest you vote the first and see where you're at.
Mr. Shipley,
For my sake, one of the maps, can you just point
can you lean into the microphone? Sorry.
Get off the record.
No, can you just point out which of the precincts is the one that you're referring to that has, because I know we've talked about it, right? The one with all the BYU
Oh, the
students.
BYU one, it's 319.
So can we show a map real quick? Sorry, just visually.
Just go to the redistricting site if you can.
Or just one of these maps would be more
Or,
helpful
yeah.
for me.
This is not.
It's pretty chunky in there.
Yeah, I just don't know which one it is.
Oh, okay.
So,
So
you can't really tell based on that map. Okay.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, there were several maps that grouped the precinct 319, which has over 10,000 in population, but only a couple thousand voters or registered voters in that area. It grouped that with 2 smaller precincts underneath, which are the north part of the Joaquin neighborhood, and also have really high populations and low voter percentages. And so, yeah, so that was one of the things we had hoped to avoid was a 3 precinct district that may not even produce great candidates. I mean, if you don't have a lot of registered voters, it is a lot harder to produce candidates.
I have a.
John, go find the one that says,
319.
go and find the one that says BYU centric or whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
We don't need that.
Just
Bill, Councilor Fillmore has 2 questions, and then Mr. Hanley, Councilor Hanley has a question.
the bill is fine. Okay. Karen.
Yes,
Couple-
sir.
I've got 3 concerns just off the top. One is I'm sensitive to George's concern about breaking up Wasatch Elementary, which is one of our premier elementary schools in the city. What's the logic? Why is that being gerrymandered?
I don't believe that it is so much. I mean, in the maps that kind of rose to the top, it was because we were able to pull that school into an area so that there would be a school. Because there were quite a few that had no schools in that BYU area.
So you just need to have 2 schools? Is that why it's?
Well, that was what we were hoping for, is to get at least 2 schools in each of the districts. But whether that's the goal you want or not, the school board, is ready to adjust to whatever.
Yeah, I'd hate to see that chopped up. The second concern I had is on half the maps, there's this finger shooting north from Centennial.
Right, that was a precinct drawn and we could not
So there's
do
nothing you
anything
can-
about that.
Nothing you can do about it.
Right, and the school board was a little alarmed at how that alters the representation of the schools in that area, and we're stuck with the precincts we were handed.
Yeah, Mr. Filmer, so if you look at one of the challenges with that particular precinct is that L, if you look at the piece that's sticking into to the base of that one crosses up and over. And it's, I mean, there's a few places where we just couldn't get the county to make changes to make some maps that made sense. I mean, they did a really good job of going from 42 to 59, but we easily could have found 3 or 4 more that we really wish they had changed.
Yeah.
And for example, one is that purple one on the bottom right? The down the bottom of Shannon's district runs up into East Bay.
East Bay and
And
Spring.
yet there's no connection there whatsoever to the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't make any sense, but that's what we got stuck with.
Bottom line is just beyond our control.
Right, and Wasatch Elementary will be moving one precinct up when they rebuild.
Okay, last, just in the interest of time.
So we'll print out the maps for you. We'll give you a
Yes.
chance to look at them.
Labeled according to map W and so on.
Yeah, we can.
It'll be these slides.
Yes.
Last question. I'm particularly sensitive about the west side and was hopeful that we could find a way to give them, a unified school district. I'm curious as to the school board's reaction to that. Why were they not overly concerned about that? Is it just a numbers game or is it something else?
The way they expressed it was, they felt like the west side got more representation by having at least 2 districts, including them. And where you have a good handful of schools, if you put all of the west of the freeway section in one district, you would have 4 or 5 different schools in that.
I see.
And so that's kind of how they looked at it. But I think it's a different conversation when you're talking city council districts than when you're talking school districts.
So I think all these maps obviously have a big yellow chunk for west side, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the next 10 years holds for new schools contemplated in the Southwest?
Only,
we're having a new middle school.
Right. The middle school is moving west.
So they'll have 3 schools there.
But they're also there is an elementary school on that side that is being considered for, what do they call it? Discontinuing, or because the population's been really small.
Well, but we've got a lot of housing going in there, of course.
And it's hard to base it on future predictions because we have to balance the populations at this moment in time.
Okay, well, thank you, Karen.
And did you say Mr. Hanley?
Counselor Hanley and then Counselor Ellsworth, and then I think we got to get going.
Yeah, well, it was sort of a philosophical question that was just someone answered by the school board, I guess. I mean, there's a point at which dividing up an area of the city weakens its representation. But there's an argument to be made that at least, dividing up a part of the city twice doubles the participation, right? And obviously whatever we call a part of the city or, a neighborhood is, bordering on arbitrary and also constricted by our precinct boundaries. But that's one reason why I was sort of persuaded ultimately by the school board's feeling that the West could have good representation, even if it's not one block, and actually maybe even better representation in that way. I don't know. There's also the philosophical problem of, and this has come up in the feedback we've gotten, it comes up in our discussion at the city council, is to what degree our districts do they bind a representative to only speak on behalf of that group, or are they actually invested in the whole community? And I don't think there's any easy way to answer that, but I don't think I want to feel bound by that assumption that anyone elected in any one district can't speak for the well-being of schools, a few blocks away or on the other side
The
of
board
town.
members themselves said that they feel that they're elected to represent the entire city and not just their district.
Yeah,
It may
as are
be
we,
a
as are
different
we.
impression
Yeah.
on the council side, but that was what they expressed.
Yeah.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go, so feel free to pull Karen aside, pull Cliff aside and ask him more questions about all this. I'm not saying you can't ask any more questions, but we really do got to get to the meeting. So, thank you all for keeping things moving along. At this time, a closed session, has been requested. We will, I guess, ask Brian Jones to do the honors.
Yes, thank you. There are a couple topics that have been requested to discuss in closed session. They do have to do with litigation or property or character and competence, which are all permitted reasons for closed session. So it'd be appropriate to move to close the meeting at this time.
All right. So we need a motion to close, to go to closed session. Counselor Fillmore, seconded by Counselor McKay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, at this time, we'll vote to close the session, to go to closed session. All in favor? It's unanimous in the council chambers. Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you all.